In the twilight hours of a forgotten age, when the galaxy believed itself safe, a shadow stirred among the ruins of Ruusan. 10,000 bodies lay scattered across cursed ground, Jedi and Sith alike, all consumed by a weapon so devastating it had obliterated every Force-sensitive soul for miles. The Brotherhood of Darkness, an army of Sith Lords, was no more. The Jedi had won their final victory, or so they thought. But as smoke cleared and silence descended, one man walked away. Not a Jedi, not a fallen Sith. Something new, something patient, something far more dangerous. He had orchestrated their mutual destruction, and now in the ashes he would forge a new order. A rule so insidious it would take 1,000 years to bear fruit. A rule that reduced thousands of Sith to only two. Always two. One to embody power, one to crave it, and eventually, inevitably, to take it. This is the story of that rule. The rule of two, and the 30 Lords of Shadow, who lived, killed, and died by its merciless law. For 1,000 years, two Sith walked among billions, invisible. They infiltrated governments, corrupted institutions, poisoned democracies so slowly no one noticed. By the time anyone realized what had happened, 10,000 Jedi were extinct, and a republic that stood for 25,000 years was ash. Standing atop the galaxy, wearing a politician's face, was the last Sith Lord, smiling as the Senate applauded his coronation as Emperor. But how? Who were these shadows? Tonight we chronicle every Sith Lord who carried this burden, from the founder who betrayed his own kind, to the peaceful businessman who defied darkness, to the political mastermind who refused to die. Before we begin, here's something interesting. 71% of you watching haven't subscribed yet. If these deep dives into hidden histories resonate with you, that subscribe button genuinely helps this channel grow. Also, drop a comment telling me where you're tuning in from and what time it is there. Last video, someone from New Zealand at 3 a.m. and someone from Brazil just waking up both joined us. The global nature of these stories amazes me every time. So like the video if you're enjoying this, subscribe if you want more, then settle in, dim your lights, get comfortable, maybe turn on a fan for background ambience. We have 3 hours ahead, 30 Sith Lords to chronicle, and 1,000 years of darkness to illuminate. The shadows are waiting. Let us begin. Our chronicle spans 1,061 years of galactic history, from 1026, before the Battle of Yavin, to 35, after. To understand what the Sith accomplished, you must first understand what they escaped. For thousands of years, the Sith had been many, armies of Darksiders, whole academies, fleets commanded by dozens of Dark Lords. They ruled sectors openly, declaring themselves emperors, and every single time, the Jedi found them and destroyed them. The cycle repeated endlessly. Sith Empire rises. Jedi Crusade defeats it. Surviving Sith flee. Centuries pass. New Empire rises. Jedi Crusade destroys it. For 7,000 years, this pattern held. By the year 1000 BBY, they tried one final time. Lord Cairn's Brotherhood of Darkness gathered for one last apocalyptic struggle. 7 battles on Ruusan, countless dead. Finally, in the caves, Cairn triggered a thought bomb that killed every Force-sensitive being within reach, consuming their souls in a blast of pure Force energy. Hundreds died in an instant. Jedi, Sith, all gone. Except one. The galaxy now slowly heals from these ancient wars. The Republic, believing the Sith extinct, grows complacent. The Jedi Order, victorious but depleted, spreads thin across thousands of worlds. No one searches for shadows anymore. No one expects the enemy to return. This ignorance will cost them everything. Your guide through this darkness is you, a Force-sensitive historian obsessed with uncovering truth. After discovering a damaged holocron on Ruusan containing Bane's fragmented message, you've become consumed by a singular mission. Document every Sith Lord from the rule's creation to its ultimate end. The holocron whispered of a chain, 30 links of darkness stretching across a millennium, each one stronger and more corrupt than the last. You do not walk this path alone. 3 companions join your quest. Master Kyros, an elderly Jedi archivist who survived the Purge, believes understanding how the Sith stayed hidden for so long is essential to preventing their return. His guilt drives him. The Jedi never saw them coming. Dr. Ven Althus, a neutral force historian, views this purely academically. Neither Jedi nor Sith, he's fascinated by the Rule of Two as the greatest conspiracy in recorded history. His objectivity sometimes clashes with others' moral judgments. Finally, Zara, a former dark-side cultist who escaped the prophets of the dark side after discovering their connection to Sidious. She possesses insider knowledge of dark side artifacts and can sense echoes others miss. She seeks redemption through exposure of Sith secrets. Together you stand in Korriban's Valley of the Dark Lords as twin suns set, casting long shadows across ancient tombs. Each burial site represents a link in the chain. Each name shaped galactic destiny. The wind carries whispers through the valley, and if you listen carefully you can hear them. Names, titles, Darth Bane, Darth Zana, Darth Sidious. Your journey begins here, in the place where Sith Lords come to die. But before death, there is always life. Before the end, there is always a beginning, and the beginning starts with a miner named Dessel, who would become something far greater and far more terrible. The first tomb awaits. The story of Darth Bane, founder of the Rule of Two, calls to you from across 1,000 years. The discovery happened 3 weeks into your expedition, deep within the cave systems of Ruusan, where the thought bomb had detonated a millennium ago. Master Kyros had been reluctant to enter these tunnels. The Force still screamed here, he said, echoing with the death cries of hundreds. But you pressed forward following a map fragment found in a Jedi archive that shouldn't have existed. Someone had been here before. Someone had hidden something. Behind a collapsed wall, buried under tons of rubble that took 2 days to clear, you found it, a chamber, untouched for 1,000 years, its entrance sealed by the very explosion that had killed its creators. Inside, on a pedestal of obsidian stone, sat a Sith holocron, not the grand pyramidal holocrons of later eras, but a crude, jagged thing, its surface covered in hastily carved runes. This was made in desperation. You realized, made by someone who knew time was running out. When you activated it, the room filled with crimson light. A figure materialized, translucent and flickering, tall, heavily muscled, his face hidden behind a breathing apparatus covered in curved spikes. Darth Bane, the founder himself, speaking from beyond death. His voice was rough, damaged, as if the recording had degraded over centuries. I have destroyed the Brotherhood to save the Sith. They were too many, too weak, too consumed by infighting. Power diluted among thousands is no power at all. I have created something new. The Rule of Two, one master to hold the power, one apprentice to crave it. When the apprentice grows strong enough, they will strike down the master and take their place. Then they will choose their own apprentice. And so the cycle continues, each generation stronger than the last. The holocron flickered, and Bane's image distorted. But I fear what I have created. The rule will concentrate our power. Yes. It will make us invisible to the Jedi. Yes. But it demands something terrible in return. Every master must die by their apprentice's hand. Every student must murder their teacher. Love becomes weakness. Trust becomes fatal. We will become more powerful, but also more alone. Each generation will be stronger, but also more twisted by the darkness we cultivate. Static washed across the image. To future Sith who find this, know that the rule is both salvation and damnation. It will give you strength beyond measure, but it will also consume everything you might have been. And know this, the rule has an ending. It was never meant to last forever. The goal is not two Sith for eternity. The goal is one Sith so powerful, they need no apprentice, one immortal Lord who rules forever. The image leaned closer, and for a moment, you could see Bane's eyes through the breathing apparatus, filled with something that might have been regret. I learned this from studying those who came before. The ancient Sith tried this path, and failed. Will we succeed where they fell? I do not know, but I have set it in motion, and there is no turning back now. The thought bomb will kill the Brotherhood in minutes. I will be the only survivor, and from the ashes the rule of two will rise. One more thing. The recording continued. If you are watching this and you are not Sith, if you are Jedi or Republic or some scholar from a distant age, then you should know. We are already among you. By the time you find this message, we have already been working in secret for generations, perhaps centuries. Perhaps we have already won. Perhaps your Republic is already ours, and you simply do not know it yet. The holocron's light died suddenly, and the chamber plunged into darkness. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Zara's voice came from the shadows, barely a whisper. He knew, even 1,000 years ago, Bane knew someone would eventually find this. He wanted us to know, wanted us to understand that we never had a chance. Dr. Venn was examining the pedestal with shaking hands. There's more here. Look, the obsidian stone was covered in inscriptions, layer upon layer of ancient Sith text carved over each other. He began translating aloud. The chain of betrayal leads to the ultimate betrayal. The rule of two ends when one becomes all. The master who transcends death will rule forever. None can stop what patience has built. Master Kiro stood abruptly, his aged face pale. We need to leave this place now. But you couldn't move. Something about the chamber held you. The force was thick here, oppressive, like being underwater. You reached out to touch the pedestal, and the vision hit you with the force of a physical blow. You saw them, all of them, a chain of figures stretching into impossible distance, each one killing the one before, but Bane crushing his master with fallen stones. Zana strangling Bane with dark side tendrils, Cagnus watching as Zana fell, Millennial fleeing into darkness. A gap of centuries filled with shadows and screaming, Tenebrous crushed beneath rock. Plagueis betraying Tenebrous, Sidious murdering Plagueis, Vader throwing Sidious to his death. And then something strange, Sidious returning, refusing to die, clinging to existence like a parasite that cannot be killed. The vision showed you the end of the chain, a girl standing alone on a dead world, facing a decrepit emperor who commanded armies of the dead. The final confrontation, the last link, and beyond that, nothing. The chain ended there. The rule fulfilled its purpose and consumed itself. When you came back to yourself, you were on your knees. Blood dripped from your nose. The others were trying to help you up, asking if you were all right, but you barely heard them, because now you understood. This wasn't just history, this was prophecy. The Sith had seen their own ending from the very beginning. Bane had known that the rule of two would eventually destroy itself. He had built self-destruction into its foundation, but he had done it anyway, because he believed that before the end came, they would achieve their ultimate goal, one eternal Sith ruling forever. You looked up at your companions, seeing their concerned faces in the dim light. We have to document all of them. Every single Sith Lord from Bane to the end, every name, every betrayal, every step of the plan, because if we don't, if we let this knowledge die with us, then we guarantee it will happen again. Somewhere, Somehow, another Darksider will rediscover the rule of two, and the cycle will begin anew. Master Kiros nodded slowly. Then we need to trace the entire lineage from beginning to end. Dr. Venn was already taking hollow pictures of the inscriptions. This will be the most important historical work of our lifetime. The complete chronicle of the Sith's 1,000-year conspiracy. Zara touched the holocron gently, and it flickered back to life for just a moment. Bane's image appeared one final time, distorted and barely visible. One last warning. The greatest Sith are not always the strongest. They are the most patient, the most willing to wait, the most capable of playing a role for decades. Trust no one. Suspect everyone. The Sith could be your senator, your banker, your friend. You will never see them until they want to be seen. The image vanished, and this time, the holocron cracked down the middle, splitting apart. Whatever power had sustained it for 1,000 years finally exhausted. You gathered the pieces carefully. Even broken, it was evidence, proof that the conspiracy was real. As your team left the chamber, climbing back toward the surface through kilometers of dark tunnels, you made a silent oath. Every Sith Lord would be remembered. Every victim would be honored. Every step of their plan would be exposed. The darkness had ruled through secrecy. You would defeat it with truth. The mouth of the cave appeared ahead, a circle of fading daylight. Beyond it lay Rusan's scarred landscape, still bearing the marks of that ancient battle, and beyond that, the wider galaxy, where somewhere in the shadows, the Sith were still moving, still patient, still waiting. Your journey was just beginning. 30 Sith Lords across a millennium. 30 stories of power, betrayal, and darkness. Starting with a miner from Apatros who became the most influential Sith in 4,000 years. The ship waited in the valley below. Your next destination was already decided. Korriban, the ancient Sith homeworld where Bane had trained in the academy before destroying it all. Where his tomb still stood, holding secrets of his early years. The twin sons of Rusan set behind you as you walked toward the ship, casting your shadow long across the red sand. Behind you the cave entrance yawned like an open mouth, exhaling cold air that smelled of dust and ancient death. Ahead, the future waited. A future where every shadow had a name, every conspiracy had a face. The rule of two had begun in darkness. You would bring it into light. The jump to hyperspace always brought a moment of peace, that strange stretching sensation as the ship leapt beyond light speed, leaving Rusan behind and hurtling toward Korriban. Master Kira sat in meditation, but you could see tension in his shoulders. Dr. Venn was already deep in research, cross-referencing your holocron fragments with historical databases, muttering to himself about chronology and missing decades. Zara stood at the viewport, watching the blue tunnel of hyperspace, her reflection ghostly in the transparistale. You couldn't stop thinking about Bane's final warning. Trust no one. For 1,000 years, two Sith had walked among the galaxy's trillions, politicians, businessmen, lawyers, soldiers, teachers, ordinary faces, hiding extraordinary malice. They had infiltrated the Republic so thoroughly that by the time anyone realized, it was already too late. The thought was chilling. How many times had a Jedi stood next to a Sith Lord in the Senate and never known? How many treaties had been signed with Sith influence behind them? How many wars had been orchestrated by these hidden hands? The ship's computer chimed. Arrival in 6 hours. You used the time to organize what little you knew from Bane's holocron and various historical fragments. You'd pieced together a partial list. Darth Bane, founder. Darth Zana, his apprentice. Darth Cognos, the Huntress. Darth Millennial, who rejected the rule and fled. Then a gap of nearly 5 centuries where names became murky. Darth Vectivus appeared in some records, Darth Grevid and Darth Gerdu in others, then another gap before Darth Tenebrous, Darth Plagueis, and finally Darth Sidious, also known as Emperor Palpatine. But Plagueis had written that there were 30 Sith in the millennium between Bane and Sidious, 30 links in the chain. You had maybe 12 confirmed names. The rest were lost to time or deliberately erased. Finding them would be the real challenge. Zara turned from the viewport. The prophets knew more than they admitted. When I was with them, we had texts that mentioned other names: Darth Ramage, Darth Guile, others I can't remember clearly. They kept that knowledge locked away, only for the inner circle. Can you take us there? Dr. Venn asked eagerly. To the Prophet Archives. Zara's expression darkened. They'll kill me on sight. I'm an apostate, but I know where they kept their strongholds. We might be able to break in. Master Kyros opened his eyes. One step at a time. First, we go to Korriban. Van's tomb might hold records of his early successors. Then we follow the trail wherever it leads. The ship dropped out of hyperspace with a lurch, and Korriban filled the viewport. A dead world, all red sand and black stone, its surface scarred by millennia of Sith presence. From orbit, you could see the Valley of the Dark Lords, a canyon system carved with massive tomb entrances. Each one held a Sith from the old era, before the rule of two. But somewhere down there was also Bane's tomb, built by Zana after his death. As the ship descended through the thin atmosphere, you felt it, the dark side, thick and cloying, pressing against your mind like a physical weight. Master Kyros grimaced. Korriban never changes. The dark side has soaked into the very stone of this world. The landing site was a flat area near the valley's entrance. The moment the ramp lowered, heat washed over you. Korriban's twin suns beat down mercilessly, and the wind carried grit that stung exposed skin. In the distance the tombs waited, massive carved facades staring out across the wasteland like the faces of dead gods. Dr. Venn consulted his datapad. According to the records I found, Bane's tomb is in the outer valley, separate from the ancient Dark Lords. Zana wanted him apart, starting his own dynasty rather than being just another in the old line. You began walking. The sand crunched beneath your boots, and occasionally you'd see something half buried. A piece of ancient armor, fragments of a weapon. Once, what looked disturbingly like a skull, its eye sockets staring blindly at the sky. Korriban was built on layers of death. The tombs grew larger as you approached. Massive statues flanked each entrance, weathered by millennia, but still imposing. Kings and conquerors all turned to dust. All their power, all their ambition, amounting to nothing but an empty cave in a dead world. Then you saw it. Smaller than the others, almost modest by comparison. A simple rectangular entrance carved into a cliff face, with a single statue standing guard. The statue depicted a man in heavy armor, his face covered by a breathing apparatus, looking out across the valley with arms crossed. Even in stone, Darth Bane radiated presence. The entrance was dark, leading down into the earth. No one had been here in generations. The sand had drifted into the doorway, and you had to climb over a small dune to enter. Inside, the temperature dropped immediately. Cool air flowed up from the depths, carrying a smell of dust and something else, something organic and wrong. Master Kyros ignited his lightsaber, its blue glow pushing back the darkness. The walls were covered in carvings, scenes from Bane's life rendered in sharp relief. Here he was at the Sith Academy, studying forbidden texts. There he stood on Ruusan, watching the thought bomb's mushroom cloud rise. Further down, the final scene showed him dueling a smaller figure, presumably Zana, locked in combat that could only end one way. The tunnel opened into a burial chamber. At its center, a stone sarcophagus rested on a raised platform, simple, unadorned, except for one inscription carved across the lid: Darth Bane, Sithari, destroyer and savior of the Sith. But it was what surrounded the sarcophagus that made you stop. Shelves carved into the walls, filled with objects, scrolls, holocrons, weapons, armor pieces, Bane's personal collection, sealed here by Zana. Dr. Venn let out a sound halfway between a gasp and a laugh. This is incredible. This is a complete archive of early Rule of Two history. Zara moved toward one of the shelves, her hands hovering over a small pyramidal holocron. This one's Xana's. I can feel her presence in it. She's the one who set all this up, created this memorial. Master Kiros was examining the scrolls. These are training records, lists of techniques Bane developed, philosophy texts explaining the Rule of Two in detail. Xana preserved everything. You approached the sarcophagus itself and placed your hand on the cold stone. Instantly, the Force vision hit. You saw Bane's final moments, saw him dueling Xana in a hidden compound on Ambria, saw him attempting to transfer his consciousness into her body, seeking to cheat death itself. Saw Xana's resistance, her will proving stronger, her power finally surpassing his. Saw Bane's body falling, his essence screaming as it was torn apart rather than transferred. His last thought, clear as spoken words: good, she is worthy. The rule continues. When the vision released you, you found yourself on your knees, breathing hard. The others gathered around, concerned. I saw it. I saw how he died. He tried to possess Xana, to live forever in her body, but she was too strong. She killed him completely. Dr. Venn nodded slowly. That fits with some of the legends. Bane feared death, feared that he'd created a system where he couldn't survive. So he tried to cheat it. But he failed, Master Kiros said quietly. The Rule of Two cannot be cheated. The apprentice must surpass the master. That's the entire point. You stood steadier now. Then we document it all. Every scroll, every holocron, every scrap of information in this tomb. We copy it, preserve it, and then we move on to the next location. The work took 3 days. 3 days of reading, recording, translating. Slowly the picture became clearer. Bane had been thorough in his planning. He'd written extensively about his philosophy, his goals, his fears. He'd documented his training of Xana, including the moment he realized she might actually be capable of killing him. The texts revealed his research into ancient Sith, particularly Darth Revan, whose holocron had inspired much of the Rule of Two. But more importantly, you found the list. Xana had carved it into a hidden wall panel, revealed only when you moved a certain stone. The lineage she knew. Bane, Xana, Cugnus, millennial, marked with a symbol meaning outcast. Then several names you hadn't heard before. Darth Vectivus, Darth Gravid, Darth Gravid, Darth Gravid. More gaps, then notes indicating uncertainty about the names between Jean and Tenebrous. It's incomplete, Dr. Venn observed. Even Xana couldn't know what would come centuries after her death. But it's a start. We have a framework now. As you prepared to leave Korriban, you took one last look at Bane's statue, standing eternal watch over his tomb. The first Sith Lord of the New Order, the one who'd had the vision and the will to destroy everything his people had built in order to save them. History would remember him as a genocidal monster who enabled 1,000 years of hidden evil. But standing there in the fading light, looking at his stone face, you wondered if he'd known, if somewhere in his mind, even as he created the rule, he'd understood that it would ultimately fail, that it contained the seeds of its own destruction, that his great work would end not in eternal Sith dominance, but in the extinction of his entire order. Perhaps he had known. Perhaps that was the secret tragedy of Darth Bane. He'd created something brilliant and terrible, set it in motion with full knowledge that it would eventually destroy itself, and done it anyway because there was no other way. The ship lifted off as darkness fell over Korriban. Below, the tombs disappeared into shadow, and above, the stars emerged. Somewhere among those stars, the Sith was still moving, still patient, still waiting. But now, you had a thread to follow. Names, dates, locations. The chain was incomplete, but you could see its shape, and with each tomb you visited, each holocron you uncovered, another link would be revealed. The next stop was Ambria, the world where Bane and Zana had hidden for a decade, training in secret while the Jedi believed the Sith extinct, where Cognos had joined them, where the rule of two had truly begun its 1,000-year march toward domination. Your journey was no longer just beginning, it had truly started, and there would be no turning back until every name was known, every secret exposed, every shadow given form. The Sith had ruled through darkness. You would defeat them with light. Ambria appeared below, a desert world circling a dying star. From orbit, it looked lifeless, just endless dunes and scattered rock formations. But appearances deceived. This world held a secret, a dark side nexus of tremendous power concentrated in a single location. Lake Neth, a body of water so saturated with dark side energy that the ancient Jedi had tried to cleanse it and failed. They'd only succeeded in concentrating the darkness further, making it a perfect hiding place for those who could withstand its corruption. The ship's sensors picked up the lake's signature from 100 kilometers away. Master Kiro studied the readings with a frown. The dark side presence here rivals Korriban, possibly exceeds it. This nexus is old, fed by centuries of dark rituals. According to the records from Bane's tomb, he and Zana spent 10 years here. Dr. Ven was reading from his datapad, excitement clear in his voice. They built a compound near the lake, used its power to enhance their training. This is where Zana became a true Sith Lord, where she learned the sorcery that would eventually let her defeat Bane. The landing site was a flat stretch of hardpan, a few kilometers from the lake. As you disembarked, the heat hit immediately, but it was a dry heat, easier to bear than Korriban's oppressive atmosphere. The landscape was stark, beautiful in its desolation. Red sand, black rock, and a sky bleached almost white by the harsh sun. You could feel the lake before you could see it. Its presence pulled at something deep inside, whispering promises of power, knowledge, strength beyond measure. All you had to do was accept it, embrace it, let it in. Master Kiros was sweating, despite the early morning cool. We need to be careful. This nexus will try to seduce us. It wants force sensitives near it, feeding it. Zara seemed less affected. I've been around dark side nexuses before. The trick is not to fight it directly. Acknowledge it, respect it, but don't engage with it. The lake came into view over a rise, and you stopped, struck by its terrible beauty. The water was perfectly still, reflecting the sky like polished obsidian. No wind disturbed its surface. Nothing grew on its shores. It was a wound in the Force, a place where the dark side had become so concentrated it had achieved a kind of terrible purity. Near the shore, you found the ruins, collapsed walls, foundations of buildings, scattered debris. Bane and Zana's compound, abandoned for 900 years. Nature had tried to reclaim it, but failed. Even the desert seemed reluctant to touch this place fully. Dr. Ven was already examining the ruins with professional interest. The construction is sophisticated. They didn't just camp here temporarily. They built something permanent, meant to last. These walls are reinforced with the Force somehow. That's why they haven't completely eroded. You move through the compound carefully, piece by piece revealing its layout. A training area here, marked by scorch marks that had somehow survived centuries. Living quarters there, surprisingly modest. A meditation chamber facing the lake, its floor carved with complex geometric patterns, and at the compound's center, half buried in sand, a vault door. It took all 4 of you working together to open it. The mechanism was locked with the Force, requiring simultaneous application of power from multiple angles. When it finally ground open, stale air rushed out, carrying the scent of old paper and something metallic. Inside, preservation better than you'd dared hope. The vault had been sealed perfectly, protecting its contents from time and elements. Scrolls stacked in careful rows, several holocrons of different designs, weapons mounted on walls, and at the back, a journal, its pages covered in small, precise handwriting. Xana's journal. Dr. Venn handled it with reverent care. This is her personal record of those 10 years. This will tell us everything. You spent hours reading by portable lights, while the sun crawled across the sky outside. Xana's voice emerged from the pages, clear and complex. She wrote about her training, the techniques Bane taught her, the philosophy behind the rule of 2. She wrote about her doubts, her fears that she would never be strong enough to defeat him. She wrote about the day she realized she could win, and the cold terror that came with that knowledge, because winning meant killing the only family she had. One entry, dated to their 8th year on Ambria, struck you particularly hard. Master Bane believes I am too weak because I hesitate to strike him down. He does not understand. I hesitate not from weakness, but from an emotion he has tried to purge from me and failed. I love him. Not as a daughter loves a father, for he has never been paternal, but as a student loves a great teacher. He has made me what I am. Everything I know, every atom of power I possess, I owe to him. And the rule demands I murder him for it. The rule demands I destroy the source of everything I value. Perhaps Bane is right. Perhaps this hesitation is weakness. Or perhaps the rule of 2 demands we become something less than human to fulfill it. Master Kiros closed the journal gently. She understood the cost. Even at the beginning, she knew what the rule would do to those who followed it. There were other revelations. Xana documented meeting Cognos, the Iktochi assassin, who would become her own apprentice. The entry was clinical, almost cold. Today I met the one who will eventually kill me. I saw her clearly through the Force, saw the future moment when she strikes me down just as I will strike down Bane. She does not know it yet. She believes she is hunting Bane for coin, but I can see her destiny written in the Force. She is my death, and I will train her anyway because the rule demands it. The depth of discipline required, the ability to train your own murderer with full knowledge of what you were doing, was staggering. You tried to imagine it and failed. How did you teach someone, knowing every lesson brought them closer to killing you? How did you look at an apprentice and see your death standing there, learning, growing stronger, waiting? Another holocron revealed Cognos's perspective years later. She'd recorded her thoughts after becoming Darth Cognos, Xana's official successor. The recording showed an alien face, gray-skinned with small horns, eyes that burned with dark power. Xana was the perfect master, patient, thorough, utterly devoted to my training. She taught me everything, held back nothing. On the day I killed her, I wept. Not from sorrow, but from the realization of what the rule had made me. A patricide, a betrayer, the most successful student in history. She died with a smile, proud that I had finally surpassed her. What have we become, that we smile at our own murders? You discovered records of their specific training techniques. Sith sorcery, the manipulation of the Force to create illusions so real they could kill. Mental domination, breaking a victim's will until they became puppets. Essence manipulation, the terrifying ability to transfer consciousness between bodies, and the thought bomb technique, which Bane had learned and used to destroy the Brotherhood. Xana had documented it fully, ensuring the knowledge wasn't lost. Dr. Venn was documenting everything, his hands shaking slightly. This is the most complete archive of early Sith training methods ever discovered. This will revolutionize our understanding of the dark side. Zara had found something else. A small alcove you'd initially missed. Inside, a collection of personal items. Zara's first lightsaber, deactivated and inert. A small carved figure, crude work that might have been made by a child. A lock of hair, tied with faded ribbon. Human items, reminders of the girl Rain, who had existed before Darth Zana consumed her. These are what she valued, Zara said quietly. Not the power, not the title. These scraps of her life before. As the day faded into evening, you sat outside the vault, looking across at Lake Nath. The water had turned blood red in the sunset, a mirror of crimson that seemed to pulse with malevolent life. You could feel the dark side reaching out, always hungry, always patient. Master Kiro sat beside you. What did you learn today? That they were still human. Underneath the titles and the power and the philosophy, Bane and Zana were people, damaged, twisted, corrupted people. But people, nonetheless. She loved him. She struggled with what the rule demanded, and she did it anyway. That makes it worse, not better. Master Kyrus replied, a monster who kills without thought is one thing. But to understand the evil you're committing, to feel genuine love for your victim, and to do it anyway because your philosophy demands it, that's a deeper darkness. He was right. The Sith weren't mindless evil. They were intelligent, disciplined, capable of love and loyalty, and every human emotion. They'd simply chosen to place power above all else, to sacrifice everything, including their own humanity, in pursuit of the dark side. That choice, made consciously and maintained through centuries, was more terrifying than any mindless monster. As you prepared to leave Ambria, you packed copies of everything. The journals, the holocron recordings, detailed holopictures of every text. You left the originals in place. This was a tomb, in its way, sacred to the Sith. If they honored such concepts, disturbing it completely felt wrong. But you took the knowledge. That was what mattered. Bane's philosophy, recorded in his own words. Zana's training, documented day by day. Cognus's reflections on what the rule had made her. The first three links in the chain, their thoughts and fears and justifications preserved. On the ship, heading to your next destination, you reviewed what you'd learned. The rule of two was elegant in its cruelty. It created a Darwinian selection process, where only the most powerful, most ruthless, most disciplined survived. Each generation was guaranteed to be stronger than the last because weakness died. Literally, every weak Sith was killed by their apprentice. Every compassionate master was betrayed. Every hesitant apprentice died before they could claim the title. Over generations, this process would refine the Sith like raw ore refined into pure metal, the impurities burned away, the weaknesses eliminated, until after 1,000 years, you would have the ultimate dark sider, utterly ruthless, perfectly disciplined, completely devoted to the dark side, with no attachment, no mercy, no limit to what they would do for power. That Sith, you realized with growing horror, would be unstoppable. A master without equal, an apprentice without mercy, culminating in a being of pure, concentrated darkness. And if Bane's vision came true, if the plan worked, that ultimate Sith would eventually transcend even the rule, would become so powerful they needed no apprentice, would achieve immortality through dark side mastery, would rule forever. Your next stop was already decided. Records indicated that Darth Millennial Cognus's failed apprentice had fled to Drummond Kaz and founded his own dark side cult. You needed to find what remained of the prophets of the dark side, to learn why Millennial had rejected the rule and what that rejection had cost. Zara's past waited there, and possibly answers about the gap centuries, the lost Sith whose names had been erased. The stars stretched ahead, cold and distant. Somewhere among them the Sith's thousand-year plan had unfolded. Secret meetings in Senate chambers, assassinations made to look like accidents, slow, patient corruption of institutions that had stood for millennia. Two people, working in darkness, accomplishing what armies had failed to do. And it had worked. That was the most chilling part. By the time your chronological investigation reached its end, you knew you would document the Sith's complete victory, the Jedi destroyed, the Republic fallen, an emperor ruling from a throne built on 1 trillion corpses, the darkness triumphant. But you would also document the cost. Every Sith who died alone, betrayed by the one they'd trained. Every master who went to sleep uncertain if they'd wake. Every apprentice who lived in constant paranoia. The rule of two had concentrated power, yes, but it had also concentrated suffering. The Sith had won, but they'd paid for victory with their own humanity. The journey continued. More tombs waited, more secrets, more names. The chain of darkness stretched ahead, 30 links strong, each one forged in betrayal and murder. You would follow it to the end, document it all, bring the shadows into light. Because that was the only way to ensure it never happened again. Drummond Cars appeared through the viewport like a bruise on the fabric of space. Perpetual storm clouds wrapped the planet in darkness, lightning flickering across the atmosphere in patterns that seemed almost intelligent. This world had been the capital of the ancient Sith Empire, millennia before Bane's time. The dark side had soaked into every molecule of its soil, every drop of its endless rain. The descent through the atmosphere was turbulent. The ship bucked and shuddered as winds tore at it, and rain hammered the hull like fists. Master Kiros gripped his seat, his face pale. I can feel them. Thousands of dark side presences, layered over each other across centuries. This place is a wound that never healed. Zara stood at the viewport, her expression unreadable. I was brought here once. The prophets made pilgrimages to the old temples. They believed Drummond Kais held the purest expression of the dark side, that meditating here would bring enlightenment. She laughed bitterly. What it brought was nightmares that lasted weeks. The landing site was a cleared area near what had once been the Sith capital city. Ruins stretched in every direction, massive structures half consumed by jungle. Their grandeur rotted but not forgotten. The rain never stopped here. Dr. Venn had explained earlier. The dark side affects local weather patterns, sustains the storms indefinitely. You could bring 1,000 terraformers here, and the rain would outlast them all. Stepping off the ship felt like stepping into a waterfall. Within seconds you were soaked, water running into your eyes and mouth. The temperature was warm, but the rain was cold, creating a clammy discomfort that sank into your bones. Visibility dropped to maybe 50 meters. Everything beyond that was gray curtains of falling water. The ruins loomed out of the rain like the bones of dead giants. Temples, palaces, administrative buildings, all built on a scale meant to intimidate. The ancient Sith had believed in grandeur as a form of power. Their architecture screamed dominance, every line and angle designed to make visitors feel small and afraid. According to the records Zara remembered, Millennial had claimed the old prophet's temple as his stronghold. It stood at the city's heart, a pyramidal structure that had somehow survived relatively intact. The climb to reach it took over an hour, slogging through mud and rubble, the rain never letting up. By the time you reached the temple steps, everyone was exhausted. The entrance yawned before you, a mouth of darkness that even the lightning couldn't illuminate. Master Kiros ignited his lightsaber again, and in its blue glow you could see the interior. Columns carved with ancient Sith script, murals depicting conquest and domination. and everywhere symbols you recognized from Zara's descriptions, the three-eyed emblem of the prophets of the dark side. The main chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow, high above. At the room's center stood a stone platform, and on that platform, a throne, simple, unadorned, but radiating dark side energy so intense it made your teeth ache. Someone had sat here channeling the Force for years, decades perhaps, until their presence had stained the very stone. Millennial's throne, Zara confirmed. The prophets maintained it as a shrine for generations after his death. You approached carefully, feeling the pull of that concentrated darkness. It whispered promises, power, knowledge, freedom from the rule of two's restrictions. You could be more than a link in a chain. You could build something lasting, an organization, a movement, many Sith working together, achieving what two alone never could. The whispers were seductive precisely because they made sense. Why should there only be two? The old Sith Empire had been powerful. The Brotherhood of Darkness had been formidable. Yes, they'd ultimately failed, but perhaps they'd simply done it wrong. Perhaps with better organization, clearer hierarchy, more discipline, an army of Sith could succeed where the rule of two would inevitably collapse. Dr. Venn was examining inscriptions around the throne. These are Millennial's writings. His manifesto, essentially. He's arguing that Bane was short-sighted, that limiting the Sith to two would prevent them from ever truly dominating the galaxy. He believed they needed soldiers, agents, acolytes, a proper power structure. Master Kiros read over his shoulder. He's not entirely wrong. Two Sith, no matter how powerful, cannot control an entire galaxy. They need tools, servants, intermediaries. But that's exactly what later Sith had. You realized Sidious used the Inquisitors, the Hands, various dark side agents. He had an entire empire of servants. He just didn't call them Sith. Zara nodded. The prophets served Sidious without knowing it. We thought we were an independent organization, but looking back, every major decision we made somehow advanced his agenda. We were tools, just more carefully managed than Millennial wanted to be. You found Millennial's holocron in a niche behind the throne, protected by a force lock that took significant effort to open. When it activated, the figure that appeared was unsettling. Humanoid but distinctly alien, with 3 eyes arranged in a triangle on his forehead. The third eye moved independently, seeming to look at you even though this was just a recording. His voice was cultured, educated, tinged with frustration. I am Darth Millennial, and I speak to you from exile. Cognos has declared me heretic, traitor, blasphemer against Bane's sacred rule. She tried to kill me for daring to question, but I survived, and I will prove her wrong. The rule of two is a dead end. It makes us strong individually, but weak collectively. We hide in shadows while the Jedi strut in sunlight. We manipulate from darkness while they command respect openly. This is not power. This is cowardice, dressed as strategy. The recording showed Millennial gesturing emphatically. I will build what Bane should have built, a new Sith order, hierarchical but numerous, prophets who can sense the future and guide our path, acolytes who can spread our influence across 1,000 worlds, and at the apex, a Dark Lord who commands rather than hides. We will be the cancer in the Republic's body. Yes, but a cancer that grows and spreads rather than one that stays small and hopes not to be noticed. But as you listened, you began to notice something. Millennial's grand vision had already failed. The prophets of the dark side, his creation, had survived for centuries but never achieved anything significant. They'd been mystics and advisors, never conquerors. They'd ended up serving Palpatine, a Sith who followed the rule of two. Millennial's rejection of Bane's philosophy had changed nothing. Dr. Venn articulated what you were thinking. His ideas sound reasonable, but in practice they failed. The prophets existed for 900 years and accomplished nothing compared to what Sidious achieved alone. The rule of two worked. Millennial's alternative did not. But why? Master Kyros was studying the throne intently. What made Bane's approach succeed where this failed? You walked around the chamber, thinking. The answer came gradually, piecing together everything you'd learned. The rule of two succeeded because it was ruthless in a way Millennial couldn't accept. Bane's system killed anyone who wasn't absolutely the best. Every weakness was eliminated through death. Over generations, this created an almost inhuman level of competence and discipline. Millennial wanted power without that cost. He wanted Sith who could cooperate, which meant Sith who weren't constantly trying to murder each other, which meant weaker Sith. His prophets survived because they weren't threatening enough to be destroyed. They were tolerated. And that tolerance proved they'd already lost. The conclusion seemed obvious now. The rule of two worked not despite its cruelty, but because of it. The constant betrayal, the murders, the paranoia, all of it served a purpose. It was artificial evolution taken to its logical extreme. Only the absolute strongest survived, and their strength compounded across generations. Zara found records of other failed attempts to reject the rule. A Sith named Set Hearth who'd fled from Zana rather than complete his training. He'd survived for centuries by hiding, collecting Sith artifacts, achieving nothing of significance. Another named Darth Venamis who'd challenged Plagueis and ended up as a test subject in a Bacta tank, brain dead but technically alive, used for experiments. Every deviation from the rule ended the same way: failure, death, irrelevance. The pattern was clear and undeniable. Master Kyros sat heavily on the steps leading to the throne. So the rule of two is not just philosophy, it's a filter, a test that only the most dangerous can pass. And we're following the path of those who passed, Dr. Venn added quietly. Every name we uncover is someone who succeeded at murder, someone who killed their teacher and lived long enough to train the next killer. The rain outside intensified, hammering the ancient stones with renewed fury. Lightning illuminated the chamber in irregular flashes, casting your shadows long and distorted across the walls. You looked at those shadows and thought about the shadows you were chasing. 30 Sith Lords, each one a murderer, each one absolutely committed to power above all else. The holocron continued playing, and Millennial's tone shifted from confident to bitter. I have built my prophets. I have trained them in the dark side. I have given them purpose and direction. And yet I know in my heart they will never achieve what I hoped. The rule of two has poisoned the well. Any Sith who is not paranoid, not ruthless, not willing to betray everyone they know, that Sith is already defeated. Bane understood something I rejected. The dark side demands absolute commitment. Half measures ensure failure. The recording ended with Millennial sitting on that throne, looking old and tired. Perhaps Cognos was right. Perhaps I am weak, but I would rather be weak and retain some thread of honor than strong and utterly alone. The rule of two creates gods. Yes, but what kind of gods? Ones who can trust no one, love no one, who must see every relationship as prelude to betrayal, if that is the price of strength. Perhaps strength costs too much. Silence filled the chamber after the holocron deactivated. The only sound was rain on stone and the occasional rumble of thunder. You realized you'd been wrong earlier. This wasn't just a chronicle of evil, it was a tragedy. Millennial had seen the cost of the rule and rejected it, and his rejection had doomed him to failure and irrelevance. There was no middle path. You either accepted the rule's terms completely, or you lost. And the Sith who accepted those terms, who embraced the paranoia and betrayal and isolation, they were the ones whose names survived. They were the ones who changed galactic history. They won because they were willing to pay a price Millennial couldn't stomach. As your team prepared to leave Dromenkaius, you took one last look at Millennial's throne. He'd sat there for years, building his alternative to Bane's vision, and in the end, he'd created something that history barely remembered. Meanwhile, the rule of two had marched on, invisible and patient, toward ultimate victory. The rain followed you back to the ship, soaking you one final time before you could seal the hatch. Inside, warm and dry again, you reviewed the recordings you'd made, Millennial's manifesto, the Prophet's incomplete histories, evidence of the failed attempts to escape the rule. Your next destination was harder to pinpoint. The records between Millennial and the later Sith were fragmentary at best. You had names without dates, dates without names, references to events with no context. Darth Vectivus appeared in some accounts, described as uniquely ethical for a Sith. His story would be next, assuming you could find where he'd operated. The ship lifted off, climbing back through Dromenkaius's eternal storms. Below, the ruins disappeared into rain and darkness, keeping their secrets as they had for millennia. And ahead, more mysteries waited. More tombs, more holocrons, more proof that the Sith had built their victory on a foundation of calculated cruelty that even they sometimes questioned but never abandoned. The false conclusion had been tempting. Perhaps the rule could be reformed, made more humane, adapted to allow cooperation instead of constant betrayal. But the evidence argued otherwise. The rule worked precisely because it was inhuman. Changing it meant weakening it. Weakening it meant losing. And the Sith, whatever else they were committed to winning at any cost. Finding Vectivus proved harder than anticipated. Unlike Bane or Xana, he'd left no grand tomb, no preserved compound, no obvious legacy. The references you'd found were maddeningly vague. A Sith who'd been a businessman, who'd operated in an asteroid field, who'd supposedly been ethical, a contradiction in terms that made Dr. Venn skeptical and Master Kyros openly doubtful. But Zara remembered something. The prophets had texts that mentioned him. They'd been confused by his story, uncertain if he counted as a true Sith or some kind of aberration. She guided you to the sector the texts had specified, MEMZX 32905, a designation rather than a name, a system so unremarkable it hadn't warranted better identification. The asteroid field was extensive, thousands of rocks tumbling in complex orbits around a dim orange star. Mining operations had been attempted here multiple times over the centuries, each one eventually abandoned for reasons the historical records didn't specify clearly: equipment failures, worker health issues, unexplained accidents, the usual excuses that meant someone didn't want to admit the real problem. Your ship's sensors picked up a structure in the field's heart, built into one of the larger asteroids. Dr. Venn enhanced the scan. It's a facility of some kind, old, maybe 500 years, still has atmosphere inside. Somehow, the environmental systems are still running after all this time. As you approached, you felt it, not overwhelming like Dromenkaius or Korriban, but present, a dark side nexus, localized and contained but potent. It emanated from the asteroid itself, from something deep in the rock. Master Kyros studied his instruments with growing interest. This is unusual. The dark side here isn't from rituals or deaths. It's geological. The asteroid itself is generating this presence. The facility was intact, surprisingly well preserved. Docking was straightforward. The external airlock still functional. Inside, the air was stale but breathable. Emergency lighting flickered on as you entered, sensors detecting movement after centuries of stillness. The layout was more home than fortress. Living quarters tastefully furnished in a style several centuries out of date. A study with shelves of physical books, an almost extinct format, a meditation chamber with a viewport looking out at the asteroid field, the view carefully positioned to show the slow dance of rocks against stars, and throughout, a sense of order and calm, utterly at odds with every other Sith location you'd visited. Dr. Venn found the logs quickly, stored in a surprisingly advanced computer system. The interface was dated but intuitive. Within minutes he had files open, and Vectivus's story began to emerge. The man's real name had been lost to time, replaced entirely by his Sith title. He'd been born into a merchant family, shown aptitude for business, and eventually risen to director of a mining concern operating in this very asteroid field. The initial surveys had been promising: rare minerals, good density, easy access. The company had invested heavily, established a workforce of several hundred, and begun extraction. Then the problems started. Workers reported nightmares, hallucinations during shifts, paranoia, and sudden violent mood swings. 3 people attempted suicide in the first month. 5 succeeded in the second. By the 3rd month, the facility was in chaos. Workers refused to enter certain sections. Fights broke out over trivial matters. The productivity reports painted a picture of an operation collapsing from within. Vectivus, as director, had investigated personally. He'd descended into the deepest mining shafts, the places workers claimed felt wrong. And there, he'd found it, a vein of crystal unlike anything in the geological surveys. It pulsed with a faint luminescence, and standing near it felt like standing next to something alive and malevolent. He'd been force-sensitive, though untrained and unaware. The crystal had awakened something in him. He could feel the dark side, understand it, recognize it for what it was. The realization had forced an impossible choice. His personal log spelled it out with remarkable honesty. I have discovered that this asteroid contains a dark side nexus of significant power. It is driving my workers insane. The ethical choice is clear. Shut down operations, evacuate the staff, abandon this location. It will cost the company everything we've invested. My career will be finished. My family's fortune will be devastated. But the next entry showed his decision. I have ordered full evacuation and operational shutdown. Workers will receive severance packages beyond standard contract requirements. I have informed the board that the asteroid is geologically unstable, which is not entirely untrue. The dark side is a kind of instability. They are furious, but they will not overrule me. Not yet. Zara found letters he'd written to family members, trying to explain he'd bankrupted his company to protect workers from a threat he couldn't openly name. The response had been predictable. Accusations of cowardice, of incompetence, of betrayal. His family had disowned him. His colleagues had blacklisted him from the industry. And so he'd returned to the asteroid alone. If the Force had awakened in him, he would understand it. If the dark side had chosen this place, he would learn why. The logs documented his search for a teacher, his eventual discovery of the Sith's continued existence, his petition to be trained. The Sith, who'd accepted him, had seen potential, though the records didn't name this master. Vectivus had been trained here in this facility, using the Nexus itself as a focusing tool. He'd learned to channel the dark side, to bend it to his will, to use its power without being consumed by it. But unlike every other Sith you'd studied, Vectivus had maintained boundaries. A later log entry explained his philosophy. The dark side is a tool neither good nor evil in itself. It is dangerous, yes, like a plasma torch is dangerous, but a careful worker can use a plasma torch productively. The key is discipline, boundaries, knowing when to set the tool down. Master Kyros read this passage multiple times, his expression troubled. This contradicts everything the Jedi teach. We're told the dark side inherently corrupts, that any use leads inevitably to greater use until the person is consumed. Yet Vectivus lived his entire life using the dark side and never became a monster, Dr. Venn observed. He maintained his business interests ethically. He never killed except the one time required by the rule. He died of natural causes, or at least what records suggest was a clean succession without torture or prolonged suffering. You explored the facility thoroughly, looking for evidence that would contradict this too-good-to-be-true narrative. Surely somewhere would be signs of victims, experiments, the usual Sith atrocities. But you found nothing. The facility was clean. The meditation chamber showed no bloodstains. The study contained philosophy texts from multiple traditions, Jedi and Sith and others, suggesting someone genuinely interested in understanding rather than dominating. In the meditation chamber, sitting where Vectivus must have sat thousands of times, you experienced something unexpected. A force echo, but not threatening. A memory preserved in stone and metal. You saw him, an older man, lean and tall, with calm eyes that held great sadness. He was meditating, looking out at the asteroids, and his thoughts echoed through the years. I have learned everything my master could teach me. Soon my apprentice will arrive, and I will teach them in turn. And one day, as the rule demands, they will kill me. I have accepted this. The rule of two is not evil, merely ruthless. It serves its purpose. But I wonder sometimes if purpose is enough. I have spent my life trying to prove that Sith can be more than monsters. Have I succeeded? Will history remember me as the ethical Sith, or simply as the weak one who hesitated to fully embrace darkness? The echo faded, but not before you caught his final thought. Perhaps it amounts to the same thing. Perhaps ethics and weakness are synonyms in the calculus of power. Zara discovered his holocron in a sealed compartment, protected but not hidden. The recording showed the same calm face, older now, near the end. To whoever finds this, I am Darth Vectivus. I have lived as a Sith for 43 years, and in those years I have tried to prove that the dark side need not make monsters of us. I built no empire, I conquered no worlds, I killed no innocents. By traditional Sith standards, I was a failure. But I maintained my businesses ethically, treating workers fairly and paying honest wages. I studied the Force deeply, learning techniques that even my master did not know. I trained my apprentice thoroughly, holding back nothing, preparing them to surpass me. And when they finally did, when they struck me down as the rule demanded, I died knowing I had remained myself. The dark side amplified my power, but did not corrupt my principles. If future Sith find this, know that there is another path. The rule of two need not make you into something unrecognizable. You can remain who you are, ethics intact, while still pursuing power. But know also that this path is harder than the alternative. It requires constant discipline, eternal vigilance, the strength to set down power when its use would compromise your principles. Most will fail, most will give in, embrace the easy seductions, become the monsters. But it is possible to be Sith without becoming evil. I am proof. The recording ended. The four of you sat in silence, processing what you'd learned. Master Kiro spoke first, his voice quiet. If the Jedi Council heard this, they would call it lies. They would insist no one can use the dark side without corruption. But the evidence is here. This man lived his philosophy for decades. But his line ended, Dr. Venn pointed out. Whoever killed him didn't continue his approach. They returned to traditional Sith methods. His philosophy died with him. Because the rule selects against ethics, you realized Vectivus proved you could be an ethical Sith. But he also proved that ethical Sith don't win. His apprentice killed him, and then presumably chose power over principles, or their apprentice did. Within a generation or two, the ethical approach was forgotten, and the ruthless one continued. Zara had tears running down her face. He tried. He really tried to prove there was another way. And nobody remembered, nobody cared. The Sith who massacred planets got their names in history. The one who tried to be decent was forgotten until we stumbled onto his home by accident. You spent 3 days in Vectivus's facility, documenting everything. His business records, showing consistent ethical treatment of employees across decades. His philosophical writings, arguing for a measured approach to the dark side. His training notes, detailing techniques for maintaining control and avoiding the usual corruption. All of it preserved perfectly, as if waiting for someone to find and understand. On the final day, you discovered his ghost, not a recording or an echo, but an actual force presence, somehow sustained across 5 centuries. He appeared in the meditation chamber, translucent but clearly present. Your historians, he sounded pleased. I was hoping someday someone would come seeking truth rather than power. Master Kiros approached carefully. You're still here, after all this time. Part of me, my consciousness fragmented and partial, bound to this place by choice. I wanted to leave testimony, to ensure my attempt at an alternative path was remembered. He looked at each of you in turn. Tell me, has the rule of 2 succeeded? Have the Sith conquered the galaxy? Not yet, you replied, but they're close, very close. Vectivus nodded slowly. Then I failed. I hoped my example would inspire others, that the line would continue ethically, that we could build a different kind of Sith order. But if they're still following Bane's ruthless path, then ethics lost. You didn't fail, Zara said firmly. You proved it was possible. That has value, even if others didn't follow. Does it? The ghost seemed genuinely uncertain. I spent my life trying to walk a middle path. But perhaps there is no middle path. Perhaps the dark side demands total commitment or total rejection. Half measures like mine might be personally satisfying, but strategically worthless. The conversation continued for hours. Vectivus shared his perspective on the rule, his thoughts on power and ethics, his analysis of why his approach hadn't spread. He was remarkably honest about his failures, acknowledging that his refusal to fully embrace darkness had limited his power. A more ruthless Sith would have been stronger, faster, more feared. He'd chosen ethics and accepted reduced capability as the price. Before you left, you asked him one final question. Do you regret it, choosing ethics over power? Every day, he admitted, and never, both simultaneously. I regret not achieving more. Not proving more conclusively that my way could work. But I don't regret remaining myself. The dark side offered to make me into something greater and more terrible. I refused, and I paid the price. But I refused. That refusal defines me more than any power I gained. His presence faded as you departed, his last words hanging in the air. Remember me not as a great Sith Lord, for I was not. Remember me as proof that even in darkness choice remains. The dark side tempts, but it cannot force. We become monsters by choice, not necessity. The ship pulled away from the asteroid, and you watched the facility shrink in the viewport. Behind you, a man who tried to prove the dark side need not make monsters. Ahead, a line of Sith who'd rejected that notion and embraced monstrosity. The contrast was stark and tragic. Your next destination was already planned. Records suggested that a few generations after Vectivus came Darth Gravid, whose actions had nearly destroyed the Sith entirely. His story would be darker, you knew, less philosophical, more visceral. The brief ethical deviation represented by Vectivus would be crushed under the weight of renewed traditional Sith ruthlessness. The pattern was clear now. The rule of 2 created a selection pressure that eliminated anything other than absolute commitment to power. Ethics, mercy, hesitation, all these were weaknesses that got you killed. Only the most ruthless survived. and their ruthlessness accumulated across generations until you produced Sith of such concentrated evil that they made the ancient Dark Lords look restrained by comparison. Vectivus had been an anomaly, a statistical outlier, proof of possibility, but not probability. His existence changed nothing about the larger trajectory. The Sith had marched on, invisible and patient, toward ultimate victory. One ethical businessman trying to walk a middle path had been merely a minor eddy in the dark tide. But you would remember him. In your chronicle, he would have his place, not as a great Sith Lord, but as something perhaps more important. A reminder that even surrounded by darkness, even studying and using evil power, individual choice remained. The Sith became monsters. Yes, but they chose to become monsters, and that choice repeated across 30 lifetimes was more damning than any accusation you could level. The coordinates Zara provided led to a dead moon orbiting a gas giant in an unnamed system. This place had no designation. No name existed on no charts. Whatever had happened here, someone had worked very hard to erase it from all records. The moon's surface was scarred, as if massive fires had burned across it centuries ago, scorch marks visible even from orbit. Dr. Venn studied the surface scans with growing unease. This wasn't combat damage. It's too uniform, too deliberately spread. This was systematic destruction. Someone burned this entire moon on purpose. As your ship descended, you began to feel it. Not a dark side presence like the other locations, but something worse, an absence. A void where the force should have been. Like scar tissue in the fabric of reality itself. Dead spots where something had burned so hot it killed the force itself. The ruins emerged from the ash-gray landscape. What had once been a fortress or academy, now reduced to skeletal walls and melted foundations. Whatever structure had stood here, someone had ensured it would never be used again. The devastation was absolute and deliberate. Master Kiro stepped carefully through the debris, his expression grim. This was done from within, not an attack, but a purge. Someone who lived here destroyed it themselves. You found the vault by accident, hidden beneath collapsed walls and sealed by stone that had melted and reformed. It took concentrated force manipulation from all four of you to pry it open. Inside, the smell of charred paper and something chemical that made your eyes water. The vault had protected its contents, but barely. Scorched scrolls, melted holocrons, their crystals cracked and dark. Shelves that had held countless artifacts now holding only ash and slag. This had been a repository of Sith knowledge, possibly one of the most complete collections ever assembled, and someone had tried desperately to burn it all. Dr. Venn sifted through the remains with shaking hands. 500 years of accumulated knowledge, techniques, philosophies, histories, all destroyed. This is cultural genocide on an almost incomprehensible scale. Zara found a partially intact journal, its edges burned, but the interior pages somehow surviving. The handwriting was erratic, deteriorating from neat script at the beginning to wild scrawls at the end. She read aloud, her voice barely steady. I have made a terrible mistake. In seeking to master both light and dark, I have lost myself between them. The dark side whispers such beautiful lies, and I was arrogant enough to believe I could discern truth from deception. Now I understand. The dark side does not share power, it consumes, and I am being consumed. The entries became increasingly disturbed. The author, Darth Gravid, had apparently started as a traditional Sith, but then developed doubts. He'd begun studying Jedi philosophy, trying to reconcile light and dark, believing he could synthesize a new approach that combined the best of both. The results had been catastrophic. My apprentice watches me with concern that borders on fear. She does not understand what I am trying to achieve. How could she? How could she? I barely understand it myself. Every night I hear the light calling me, promising peace and redemption. Every morning the darkness reasserts itself, dragging me back. I am being torn apart by forces I cannot reconcile. Then came the breaking point. Today I began destroying the archives. My apprentice tried to stop me, but I subdued her. She does not understand that I am saving the Sith, not destroying them. All this knowledge, all these techniques, they are poison. They corrupt everyone who learns them. The only way to purify our order is to burn away the rot. The next entries were barely coherent, written by someone whose mind had shattered. Burning, burning, everything must burn. The Jedi were right, we are abomination. Darkness is death, only light, only light, only light. Save us from ourselves. Too late, already gone, already lost. Then nothing. The journal ended abruptly, its final pages stuck together with what might have been blood. Master Kyros found evidence of what had happened next. Scorch marks in a specific pattern suggested a confrontation, two Force users battling through these ruins. One trying to destroy everything, one trying to stop them. The marks led to a central chamber where the stone itself had been warped by intense Force energy. There you found bones, two skeletons actually. One large frame sprawled as if fallen. One smaller curled in a corner, arms ending in stumps where hands should have been. Both had been here for 5 centuries, undisturbed until now. Zara was examining the smaller skeleton when she found something. A prosthetic arm, crude metalwork, attached to bone with techniques that seemed more butchery than surgery. This one survived, lost her arm fighting the larger one, but survived long enough to get this prosthetic made. Dr. Venn was reconstructing events from the physical evidence. Gravid. The larger skeleton went insane trying to reconcile light and dark, started destroying 500 years of Sith knowledge. His apprentice, later known as Darth Gian, fought him to stop the destruction. Lost her arm in the battle, but eventually killed him. Then spent her remaining years trying to salvage what she could. But there was almost nothing left. You searched the ruins thoroughly, finding only fragments. A partial holocron that would play for maybe 10 seconds before shorting out. Scraps of texts, individual pages that somehow escaped the flames, containing isolated techniques with no context. A few artifacts, their purposes unclear. Darth Genner had saved perhaps 10% of what had existed. Everything else was ash. 5 centuries of accumulated Sith knowledge, techniques developed through generations of experimentation, philosophies refined across dozens of Sith lords. All lost because one man couldn't handle the cognitive dissonance of studying both light and dark simultaneously. The tragedy deepened when you found Jennan's own recordings, preserved in a small data chip hidden in a crack in the wall. Her face appeared, scarred on the left side. Her voice bitter. I am Darth Genan. I have killed my master and claimed his title, but I do not feel victorious. He destroyed everything. Centuries of knowledge burned in weeks of madness. I tried to stop him, but I was too slow, too weak, too reluctant to strike a killing blow against the only teacher I had ever known. She held up her prosthetic arm, crude and clearly painful. This is the price of my hesitation. By the time I realized he would not stop, would not listen, would not return to sanity, he had already destroyed most of the archives. I killed him with my bare hands, with this maimed stump, because I had no weapon, and he had destroyed those too. Her image shifted, and you could see tears tracking through the scars on her face. Now I must rebuild from fragments. I have salvaged what I could, but it is so little. Techniques I only half understood. Philosophies I cannot fully reconstruct. Future Sith will be weaker because of what Gravid destroyed. They will have to rediscover through painful trial what we once knew with certainty. The recording showed her workshop, filled with the salvaged fragments. She was attempting to reconstruct holocrons from memory, writing down techniques she'd learned before they were lost. The work was exhaustive, desperate, and inadequate. You could see in her face that she knew she was failing. Too much had been lost. The Sith would survive, but wounded, crippled, forced to rebuild from ruins. To future Sith who find this, her recording concluded, "Know that you are weaker because Gravid was a fool and I was too slow. Know that techniques your ancestors mastered easily will confound you because the instructions were burned. Know that the gap in our power between now and the ancient Sith Empire exists partly because one man tried to walk two paths and destroyed himself in the process. The lesson is clear. The dark side tolerates no compromise. Either embrace it fully or reject it fully, but never attempt to balance it with the light. That path leads only to madness and devastation." The recording ended. You sat in the ruins, surrounded by the physical evidence of the Sith's greatest self-inflicted wound. Master Kiros was examining fragments of texts, trying to piece together what knowledge had been lost. His face grew progressively more troubled as he worked. These were techniques the Jedi encountered during the ancient wars and barely survived. The force storms that could devastate continents, rituals that could drain the life from entire planets. All documented here, all studied and refined, and now all lost because Gravid couldn't handle the contradictions in his own philosophy. Dr. Venn was cataloging what remained. Based on Jen's notes, approximately 87% of the accumulated Sith knowledge was destroyed. What survived is fragmentary and incomplete. Every Sith after this point had to work from a significantly reduced knowledge base. But they compensated, Zara observed. She was studying tactical reports from later eras. The Sith after Gravid became more experimental, more willing to develop new techniques rather than rely on ancient ones. In a way, this disaster forced them to innovate. You found evidence of Jian's training of her own apprentice, her attempts to pass on what she'd managed to preserve. She'd been ruthlessly honest about the gaps in her knowledge, marking techniques as incomplete or uncertain. Her integrity was clear, even as her frustration and grief saturated every word. "I cannot teach you what I do not know. I can only teach you what fragments remain and urge you to seek more. The dark side is vast, and what we lost was only one path through it. Perhaps you will discover better paths, more powerful techniques, knowledge that makes the lost archives seem primitive. But you must start from here, from these ruins, from this incomplete inheritance. I am sorry I could not preserve more." Walking through the devastation, you began to understand a critical aspect of the rule of two that previous locations hadn't fully revealed. The system was fragile. Yes, it concentrated power across generations, but it also concentrated risk. If one Sith went insane, if one link in the chain broke wrong, centuries of progress could be lost in weeks. The Bane's elegant system had a fundamental flaw. By limiting knowledge to only two people at any given time, you ensured that knowledge was always one death, one disaster, one bout of madness away from extinction. The ancient Sith Empire, with its thousands of members, could lose hundreds and still retain institutional knowledge. The rule of two had no such redundancy. Master Kiros articulated this as you prepared to leave. Every organizational system has failure modes. The old Sith Empire failed because too many Sith meant infighting and chaos. The rule of two nearly failed here because too few Sith meant catastrophic knowledge. Bane bet everything that his successors would be disciplined enough to preserve and transmit knowledge accurately. Gravid proved that bet was not guaranteed. Yet the Sith survived. That was the remarkable part. After this disaster, after losing nearly everything, some Sith Lord had to rebuild almost from scratch, and they did. They persevered, experimented, rediscovered or invented new techniques, and the line continued. The determination required was staggering. You found one final recording as you were leaving, hidden beneath Gravid's skeleton, a holocron he'd created during his madness, its crystal cracked but functional. His face appeared, and it was clear immediately that this was a man in psychological collapse. "I have seen the truth," he whispered, eyes wild and unfocused. "The Jedi are right. We are abominations, corruptions of the natural order. The Force itself rejects us. Every technique we develop, every power we claim, it costs us pieces of our humanity. I have paid too much. We have all paid too much. And for what? For power. Power is meaningless if it requires becoming something unrecognizable." But then his expression shifted, became cruel and cold in a way that suggested a different personality emerging. "No, the darkness is truth. The Jedi are fools who deny half the Force. We are the honest ones, the ones who accept reality as it is. Power is everything. Morality is weakness. Compassion is a flaw to be eradicated." The recording showed him shifting back and forth, light and dark warring for control of his mind, neither winning, both tearing him apart in the process. In his final coherent moment, he looked directly at the recorder with something like clarity. "Do not attempt what I attempted. Do not try to synthesize light and dark. They are incompatible at a fundamental level. Choosing both is choosing neither, and that void will destroy you as it has destroyed me. If you walk the dark path, walk it fully, commit absolutely. Anything less is suicide." The holocron shattered, unable to sustain itself any longer. The lesson was clear and terrible. Vectivus had tried to be an ethical Sith and become irrelevant. Gravid had tried to balance light and dark and gone insane. The rule of two only worked if you gave it everything, held back nothing, committed fully to the darkness regardless of cost. As your ship lifted away from the dead moon, you looked back at the scorched surface. Somewhere beneath that gray ash lay the greatest loss in Sith history, and proof that their system, for all its elegance, was vulnerable in ways Bane might not have anticipated. Master Kyros was meditating, but his expression was troubled. "What we found there terrifies me more than anything else we've discovered. Not because Gravid went insane, but because his insanity was predictable. Of course, trying to study both light and dark would fracture a mind. The philosophies are fundamentally opposed, but he tried anyway, and in trying, he nearly ended the Sith entirely." "It raises a question," Dr. Venn said slowly. "How many other near misses were there? How many times did the Sith almost end not through Jedi action, but through internal collapse? We only know about the crises where records survived. How many died without leaving evidence?" Zara was quiet, staring at the recordings you'd made. "I keep thinking about Jedin. She spent her entire life trying to repair the damage, knowing she was failing, knowing future Sith would curse her name for not saving more. The guilt in those recordings was overwhelming." "She shouldn't feel guilty," you said firmly. "She did everything possible. Gravid destroyed the knowledge, not her." "But the rule would say she failed," Zara replied. "A stronger Sith would have killed Gravid sooner, before he could destroy so much." Her hesitation, her love for her master, that moment of weakness cost the Sith 500 years of accumulated knowledge. By the rule standards, she was a failure who allowed sentiment to compromise the mission. The statement hung in the air, uncomfortably accurate. By the merciless standards the rule of two imposed, Jian had indeed failed. A more ruthless apprentice would have struck the moment Gravid showed signs of instability. But that ruthlessness would have required seeing her master, not as a person but as a repository of knowledge that needed preservation or destruction based purely on utility. The rule of two demanded that level of cold calculation. Anything less was weakness. And weakness in the Sith calculus was the only real sin. Your next destination was even harder to verify. References to several Sith names appeared in scattered records over the next few centuries. Darth Ramage, described as a scientist who'd experimented on living beings. Darth Guile, mentioned in financial documents related to Trade Federation dealings. Others, names without context, context without names. The gap between Gene and the later well-documented Sith, like Tenebrous and Plagueis, spanned over 4 centuries. In that time, approximately a dozen Sith Lords must have lived and died, each contributing something to the grand plan, each killing their master and training their apprentice. But their names had been lost, their stories reduced to fragments, their tombs unknown or destroyed. This was perhaps the Rule of Two's strangest feature. For a conspiracy that required perfect continuity, it was remarkably bad at preserving its own history. You wondered if that was intentional. Perhaps later Sith deliberately erased their predecessors, ensuring no one could study the full lineage, preventing anyone from understanding the complete pattern. Information security taken to its extreme. Or perhaps it was simply entropy. 5 centuries was a long time. Records degraded, tombs collapsed, holocrons failed. Without institutional structures to preserve knowledge, history became myth, and myth became silence. But you had enough fragments to continue. References to Ramage led to coordinates of a research facility. Mentions of Guile connected to banking institutions that still existed, though under different names. The chain was incomplete, but traceable. Each link led to the next, even if you had to search harder for some than others. The ship jumped to hyperspace, heading toward what databases suggested had been Ramage's primary laboratory. If records were accurate, what you would find there would be disturbing. Ramage had supposedly conducted experiments on sentient beings, vivisecting them while they were alive to understand how their biology interacted with the Force. Master Kiros was already dreading it. We're going to document atrocities, not the abstract kind where we read about deaths in history books, but concrete evidence of torture and murder. Are we prepared for that? We have to be, you replied. If we only document the Sith when they're philosophical or tragic, we're falsifying the record. The evil has to be shown clearly, without flinching, otherwise we're lying about what they were. Dr. Venn nodded agreement. History requires honesty. We document what we find, regardless of how it makes us feel. The victims deserve that much. To be remembered, even if only as evidence of what was done to them. Zara said nothing, but her expression suggested she was steeling herself for what lay ahead. She'd been part of a dark side cult. She knew what people could do when they convinced themselves morality was weakness. The horrors waiting in Ramage's laboratory would confirm what she'd always suspected. The dark side didn't just corrupt philosophy, it corrupted empathy itself, turned people into monsters who could dissect the innocent and call it research. The journey continued. More worlds waited, more tombs, more evidence of the 1,000-year conspiracy. You were deeper into the investigation now, past the foundational Sith like Bane and Zana, past the idealistic failures like Vectivus and the catastrophic collapses like Gravid. Ahead lay the middle generations, the ones who'd operated in almost total obscurity, advancing the grand plan incrementally while remaining invisible even to each other's histories. 30 Sith Lords across a millennium. You documented perhaps 8 so far. 22 remained, and with each one, the pattern became clearer. The Rule of Two worked not despite its cruelty, but because of it. Not despite its fragility, but because fragility forced discipline. Not despite the loneliness and paranoia it created, but because loneliness and paranoia kept the Sith hidden and patient. It was a system designed by a genius and maintained by monsters, and it had worked. That was the truly terrifying part. For all its flaws, for all the near misses and catastrophic failures, the Rule of Two had accomplished what the old Sith empires never could. It had survived long enough to win. The facility floated in deep space, tethered to nothing, a station built far from any inhabited system where screens wouldn't carry. Your sensors picked it up only because you knew exactly where to look, following coordinates buried in financial records 3 centuries old. The structure was dark, its power long dead, spinning slowly in the void like a corpse. Approaching, it felt wrong. Master Kyros had gone pale an hour before docking, sensing something through the force that made him physically ill. There are ghosts here, not force echoes, actual fragments of consciousness, trapped and aware, unable to move on. The docking procedure was manual, the station's automated systems having failed generations ago. Inside, your suit lights cut through absolute darkness, revealing corridors that had once been pristine laboratories now coated in frost and vacuum-sealed decay. Everything was preserved perfectly by the cold of space, frozen in the moment the station lost life support. The first laboratory you entered made Zara turn away immediately. Examination tables with restraints still locked, walls covered in monitors showing biological data, screens dark, but their purpose clear, instruments whose function was obvious and horrifying. This wasn't a place of learning. This was an abattoir dressed in scientific aesthetics. Dr. Venn found the logs, stored in isolated computer cores that had retained some power through redundant batteries. The files were extensive, meticulously organized, written with the detached precision of someone cataloging insects rather than people. Subject 47, male cephalon, age approximately 30 standard years. Procedure involves removal of tertiary brain, while subject remains conscious. Hypothesis is that precognitive abilities stem from neural cluster in this region. Will verify through vivisection and force observation. The logs went on for years, hundreds of subjects, dozens of species, all documented with the same clinical detachment. Ramage had been nothing if not thorough. Each experiment was carefully designed, variables controlled, results analyzed. He'd approached the force like a puzzle to be solved through sufficient application of torture. Master Kyros found the specimen chambers and immediately wished he hadn't. Cryogenic pods lined the walls, their contents preserved for centuries, bodies or parts of bodies, each labeled with species, age, and what had been done to them. A twite, female, missing the leku. Notes indicating he'd wanted to understand their sensory function. A human child whose skull had been opened and never closed. A Wookiee whose limbs ended in surgical stumps. We need to document this. Your voice came out steady despite the nausea. These people deserve to be remembered, even like this. The work took 3 days, and every moment was agony. Recording each victim, reading each clinical description of their suffering, understanding that Ramage had done this not in rage or madness, but in calm scientific curiosity. He'd wanted to understand how the Force interacted with biology, and he'd been willing to pay any price in other people's pain to learn. His personal holocron was in his office, sealed behind a force lock that required dark side energy to open. When it activated, the face that appeared was ordinary, middle-aged human male, slight build, wearing the neutral expression of an academic. He could have been any university researcher. Nothing in his appearance suggested the monster his actions revealed. My work here has been productive beyond initial projections. Through systematic analysis of living subjects, I have determined several key principles about force interaction with biological systems. The midichlorians concentrate in neural tissue, which explains force sensitivity's correlation with cognitive function. By removing specific brain regions while subjects remain alive and force active, I can observe in real time how consciousness and force ability interact. He continued, describing experiments in the same tone one might use to discuss weather patterns. The cephalon species proved particularly valuable. Their multiple brains create redundancy in cognitive function, allowing me to remove primary and secondary brains while keeping subjects alive for extended observation. This has yielded insights into how precognition operates at a neurological level. Zara was shaking, her hands clenched into fists. He talks about them like they're equipment, like they're not people. The holocron recording shifted to different topics. Ramage's interest had expanded beyond mere biology into temporal mechanics. He'd become obsessed with the idea that force visions weren't just glimpses of possible futures, but actual connections to those timelines. If he could understand the mechanism, perhaps he could send information backward, warn his past self, create a causal loop that would give the Sith perfect knowledge. His experiments in this direction had been less successful. The few subjects who'd shown precognitive abilities had died quickly under his examination, their gift apparently too fragile to survive the procedures. But he documented everything, theorizing about quantum entanglement and force resonance in ways that mixed legitimate physics with mystical speculation. Dr. Venn was reading side notes Ramage had made, and his expression grew increasingly disturbed. He knew this was evil. There are passages here where he discusses the ethical implications of his work, acknowledges that from most moral frameworks he's committing atrocities, but he justifies it by arguing that the knowledge gained benefits future Sith, and that individual suffering is meaningless compared to the advancement of dark side understanding. The rationalization of someone who chose to believe morality was optional. Master Kiros said quietly, "He's not insane. He's not confused. He simply decided that his curiosity mattered more than other beings' lives, and he acted on that decision consistently for decades." You found evidence that Ramage had eventually taken an apprentice, though the records didn't name them. The apprentice had learned his techniques, observed his experiments, and presumably eventually killed him as the rule demanded. But what troubled you was a note suggesting the apprentice had wanted to continue the research, had asked Ramage for advice on establishing their own facility. The legacy of evil spreading, generation to generation. Ramage hadn't just committed atrocities himself, he'd taught someone else how to commit them, ensuring his methods would survive his death. You wondered how many Sith Lords down the line had used techniques first developed in these laboratories, never knowing or caring about the suffering that had created that knowledge. In a sealed vault, you found what Ramage had considered his greatest achievement, a complete neurological map of force sensitivity across 17 species, annotated with notes about which brain regions controlled which abilities. The precision was remarkable, the detail extraordinary. It was also built on a foundation of hundreds of vivisected subjects who died in agony to provide that data. Master Kiros studied the map with an expression of profound moral conflict. This knowledge could help the Jedi understand force sensitivity better, could potentially help identify and train force-sensitive children more effectively, but accepting it means accepting how it was gained. We document it. You decided. We preserve it as evidence. What anyone does with that evidence later, that's their moral choice to make. But we don't destroy knowledge, even evil knowledge, because destroying evidence protects the guilty. The second major discovery came in Ramage's personal quarters, surprisingly modest compared to the elaborate laboratories. A journal written by hand, its pages filled with small, precise script. Unlike his research logs, this was personal, revealing the man beneath the scientist. "I dreamed of her again last night. The Cephalon female, subject 89. She begged me to stop, explained that she had children, asked me to show mercy. I proceeded with the experiment because the data was necessary, but her face haunts me. I wonder if the dark side gradually strips away our capacity for empathy, or if I was always capable of this, and the dark side merely gave me permission." The entry continued, showing a man who understood exactly what he was, and struggled with it, even as he continued his work. "I could stop. I could release the remaining subjects, destroy the research, return to some semblance of ethical behavior. But I won't, because I am weak in the ways that matter, and strong in the ways that don't. I am strong enough to cut into living flesh without flinching. I am not strong enough to value the lives I'm destroying over the knowledge I'm gaining. Later entries showed him trying to justify himself. The Sith need this knowledge. Future Dark Lords will benefit from understanding the Force at this level. My victims number in the hundreds, but the Sith will use this knowledge for millennia. The arithmetic of suffering favors continuation. But the final entries revealed doubt creeping in. My apprentice has arrived. I see in their eyes the same cold curiosity I once had. They asked today if I felt pride in my work. I lied and said yes. The truth is I feel nothing, which is perhaps worse than any specific emotion. The dark side has not made me into a monster. It has made me into a thing that no longer understands why monsters are bad. The journal ended there, presumably shortly before his apprentice had killed him. You wondered if he'd seen it coming, if in his final moments he'd felt fear, or merely clinical interest in the experience of death. Zara had found something else, a locked compartment containing physical letters written on actual flimsy, never sent. They were addressed to someone named Kira, written in a hand that started steady and became increasingly erratic. I think of you often, in the spaces between experiments. Do you remember me as I was before I left to pursue this path? I like to imagine you do, that somewhere in the galaxy, one person remembers the man I was before the dark side made me into this. I cannot explain what I do here. You would be horrified, would see me as a monster. You would be correct, but I continue because stopping would mean admitting I destroyed myself for nothing. The last letter was dated nearly 40 years after the first. Kira, if you still live, if by some chance you ever read this, know that I remembered you until the end. In my worst moments, when the screams echoed too loudly, I thought of your face and felt almost human again. That feeling never lasted, but it proved I was still capable of it. That had to count for something. Master Kiros held the letters gently. He had someone he loved, someone he abandoned to come here and do this. The tragedy of it makes the evil worse, not better. The revelation came in 3 parts, spread across the station like pieces of a puzzle. First, evidence that Ramage had shared his research with other Sith, not his direct apprentice but others in the lineage, communicating somehow across the Rule of Two's boundaries. The mechanism wasn't clear, but the evidence was undeniable. Knowledge was being preserved and transmitted beyond the simple master-to-apprentice transfer. Second, financial records showing Ramage had connections to corporations and governments throughout the Republic. He'd sold knowledge not about the Force but about biology and medicine, discoveries made through his horrific experiments but packaged as legitimate research. The Republic had unknowingly funded Sith research by purchasing Ramage's scientific papers. Third, and most disturbing, evidence that Ramage's techniques had influenced later Sith generations. You found references in his notes to consultations with other Darksiders, requests for his expertise, exchanges of information. The Rule of Two officially meant only 2 Sith existed, but the reality was more complex. They communicated, collaborated, shared knowledge in ways that technically didn't violate Bane's mandate, but certainly bent it. Dr. Venn was piecing together the implications. The Rule of Two created the public structure, but beneath it was a network, not formal, not organized, but persistent. Each Sith knew they were part of a lineage, part of something larger than themselves, and they found ways to pass knowledge forward beyond just the immediate master-apprentice relationship. This changed your understanding of the conspiracy. It wasn't 30 isolated Sith, each ignorant of those who came before, except through their master's teaching. It was 30 nodes in a network, each contributing to and drawing from a shared repository of knowledge that transcended individual deaths. Ramage's atrocities had been preserved not just by his apprentice, but by the lineage itself, absorbed into the collective Sith understanding of the Force. The grand plan suddenly made more sense. How could two Sith orchestrate a 1,000-year conspiracy without institutional memory? The answer was, they built an alternative form of institutional memory. Not buildings or organizations that could be discovered, but knowledge structures encoded in holocrons, journals, hidden databases, Force techniques that carried information encoded in their very practice. As you prepared to leave the station, you took one last walk through the laboratories. Each table, each instrument, each frozen corpse represented a choice Ramage had made. To value knowledge over life. To prioritize understanding over empathy. To serve an abstract goal at the cost of concrete suffering. Master Kiros performed what ritual he could, speaking words over the cryogenic chambers that held the dead. They had been people once, they'd had names, families, hopes. Ramage had reduced them to experimental subjects, to data points in his research, but they deserved to be remembered as more than that. You left the coordinates and access codes in a file that would be sent to appropriate authorities. Let someone else decide what to do with this place. Whether to give the victims proper burials, whether to preserve the station as evidence, whether to use the knowledge Ramage had gained or seal it away forever. That decision was beyond your scope. You were historians, not judges. The ship pulled away, and the station shrank in the viewport until it disappeared among the stars. Behind you, a monument to the Sith's willingness to pay any price, commit any atrocity, endure any moral cost in pursuit of power. Ahead, more names, more stories, each revealing another facet of what the rule of two had created. The next lead pointed toward a corporation that had existed 4 centuries ago, its financial records showing patterns consistent with Sith influence. A Sith named Darth Guile, whose philosophy of the Sith as malignant cells spreading through the Republic body had shaped later infiltration strategies. His story would be cleaner than Ramage's, less viscerally horrifying, but perhaps more frightening for its implications. Ramage had been a monster in a laboratory. His evil contained and personal. Guile had been a monster in a boardroom. His evil systemic and institutional. Both were Sith. Both served the grand plan. Both would have names in your chronicle, their actions documented, their choices preserved. The chain continued. 30 links, each forged in darkness. You were deeper into it now, understanding not just who the Sith were, but how they operated, how they thought, how they justified themselves. And with each revelation, the scope of their achievement became clearer and more terrifying. They had won not through superior power, but through superior patience. Not through greater strength, but through greater discipline. Not through force, but through infiltration, so subtle that by the time anyone noticed, it was already too late. The Sith were coming into focus, and they were worse than anyone had imagined. Corporate headquarters on Munilinst gleamed with old money and older secrets. The banking clan maintained extensive historical archives, partly for legal purposes, partly because bankers never threw away anything that might eventually prove valuable. Dr. Ven had obtained access through a combination of academic credentials and generous bribes, and now you stood in climate-controlled vaults containing financial records spanning millennia. Finding evidence of Darth Guile required patience. He'd operated through intermediaries and shell corporations, his Sith identity hidden even from most of his business partners. But financial patterns were hard to disguise completely. Money flowed in characteristic ways, and someone skilled enough could trace those flows backward to their source. It took 6 days of searching before Zara found the first solid lead. A corporation called Malignant Holdings, which had operated for 70 years approximately 4 centuries ago, before dissolving without clear explanation. The name alone was suggestive. Further investigation revealed ownership structures designed to obscure the true controller and investment patterns that made no economic sense unless you understood them as moves in a different game entirely. Malignant Holdings had invested in seemingly random sectors: mining operations on remote worlds, communications companies, shipping firms, political campaigns on a dozen planets. No coherent business strategy connected these investments, but they shared one characteristic: each gave the corporation access to information or influence disproportionate to the capital invested. Dr. Venn traced the pattern with growing excitement. This is intelligence work disguised as commerce. Every investment bought access to some aspect of Republic infrastructure. The mining operations provided cover for sensing outposts. The communications companies let him monitor message traffic. The shipping firms gave him transportation networks independent of official channels. He was building a shadow infrastructure. Master Kyros found a preserved speech Guile had given to a business conference, recorded for posterity and stored in the archives. The man who appeared in the hologram was distinguished, gray-haired, wearing expensive robes that suggested success without ostentation. His voice was cultured, his manner confident. The key to long-term market dominance, he told the audience, is understanding that you are not competing in the market you appear to be in. A mining company is not competing with other mining companies. It is competing with the entire concept of resource scarcity. A communications company is not competing with other communications companies. It is competing with the idea that information should be free and uncontrolled. He continued, developing a metaphor that made several audience members visibly uncomfortable. I think of successful corporations as malignant cells in the body of the market. Notice I say malignant, not cancerous. There is a difference. Cancer is chaotic, destructive, ultimately self-defeating. Malignancy is controlled, patient, strategic. A truly malignant cell spreads slowly enough to avoid immune response. It disguises itself as healthy tissue. It establishes itself in multiple locations before revealing its nature. And by the time the body realizes it's infected, the infection is already terminal. The audience had laughed nervously, interpreting it as provocative business metaphor. But you understood it differently. Guile wasn't describing business strategy. He was describing the rule of two's approach to galactic infiltration. The Sith as malignant cells in the Republic's body, spreading slowly, disguising themselves, establishing distributed presence before anyone realized they were there. Zara found more speeches, articles, even a book Guile had published under a pseudonym. All used similar biological metaphors, all emphasized patience and stealth over direct confrontation. His philosophy was crystallized in one particularly chilling passage. The mistake of the ancient Sith was visibility. They built empires, commanded armies, revealed themselves as alternatives to the Republic. This guaranteed eventual conflict, and conflict they could not win. The modern Sith must be invisible, not hidden like hermits in caves, but invisible like air in lungs, present everywhere necessary for function, but never directly observed. By the time our enemies realize they are breathing poison, their lungs will already be compromised beyond recovery. Master Kyros read this passage multiple times, his expression growing darker. He understood the grand plan, not just understood but articulated it better than anyone else we've found. This wasn't just one Sith's philosophy. This was a description of what the entire lineage was attempting. The archives yielded more evidence as you learned what to look for. Guile had connections to every major financial institution in the Republic. He'd sat on boards, advised governments, shaped economic policy, and everywhere he touched, small changes occurred. Regulations that seemed innocuous but created new opportunities for corruption. Trade agreements that benefited specific corporations while appearing neutral. Tax structures that shifted wealth in patterns that would take decades to reveal their true impact. Dr. Venn assembled a timeline. showing Guile's influence spreading across his lifetime. At the beginning, small investments in isolated sectors; by the midpoint, coordinating complex financial movements across multiple systems; by the end, effectively controlling economic levers that influenced billions of beings without any of them knowing who pulled those levers. "This is the most sophisticated operation we've documented," Dr. Venn said with something like awe. Banane established the philosophy. Zana proved it could survive. But Guile operationalized it. He turned abstract strategy into concrete infiltration methods. You found evidence that Guile had trained his apprentice not just in force techniques but in these infiltration methodologies. Hidden away in a sealed data core were training materials: how to establish shell corporations, how to manipulate markets, how to identify and exploit institutional weaknesses, how to build networks that survived your individual death. The apprentice had learned well. Records suggested they'd continued Guile's work, using his methods to penetrate even deeper into Republic structures, and their apprentice after them. Each generation building on the previous, each one more embedded in the systems they planned to eventually destroy. But the real revelation came from a source you hadn't expected. A Jedi report filed centuries ago and archived described investigating a financial scandal that had ruined several senators. The Jedi investigator, thorough and perceptive, had traced the scandal's origins to malignant holdings and become suspicious. The pattern suggested deliberate manipulation rather than normal corruption. The report's conclusion was chilling in retrospect. This investigator suspects coordination by unknown party for purposes unclear. The sophistication suggests resources and planning beyond typical criminal enterprise. Recommend continued observation of entities connected to malignant holdings. However, without direct evidence of force use or threat to Republic security, Jedi involvement may not be warranted. The report had been filed, noted, and forgotten. The Jedi had been looking for force users and direct threats. They'd completely missed that the financial manipulation itself was the threat, that the unknown party was a Sith Lord, that the purposes were ultimately galactic conquest. They'd seen the evidence and failed to recognize it because it didn't match their expectations. Master Kiros read the report with visible pain. We had the information, not everything, but enough that a truly thorough investigation might have unraveled at least part of the conspiracy. But we didn't investigate because financial crime wasn't our concern. We were guardians against dark side force users, not economic corruption. Zara was more bitter. You were guardians against Sith, who looked like the ancient Sith. Warlords with armies, dark temples, obvious threats. You never imagined Sith, in business suits, attending Senate committee meetings. The Sith adapted. You didn't. The conversation grew heated, but you refocused them on the evidence. Guile represented a crucial evolution in Sith strategy. His predecessors had operated in shadows, hidden from sight. Guile operated in plain sight, his Sith nature hidden while his actions were public. This was more sophisticated, more dangerous, and ultimately more successful. You found a holocron Guile had created, stored in a private vault he'd maintained separate from his business holdings. His image appeared, older now, speaking with the measured tones of someone recording final wisdom. To my successor, and all who follow, I have spent my life proving that the rule of two can operate not just in shadow, but in light. The key is separation of identity. I was two people, neither knowing the other existed. Guile the businessman, respected and trusted. Darth Guile the Sith Lord, known only to my master and apprentice. These identities never overlapped in public. No one who knew one even suspected the other existed. He leaned forward, emphasizing his next point. This is the ultimate expression of Bane's vision. We are two people because there are two of us, but each of us can be multiple people to the galaxy at large. I was businessman, advisor, philanthropist, all genuine roles I fulfilled competently. The Sith nature was one layer among many, invisible, because no one looks for complexity. They see the businessman and stop looking, never realizing the businessman is merely the camouflage the predator wears. The recording shifted to practical advice. Establish legitimate businesses, actually run them well. Gain genuine expertise in your chosen field. Become someone people trust for non-force reasons. Then use that trust to position yourself where you can influence systems rather than just individuals. One Sith directly killing a senator accomplishes nothing. One Sith advising 100 senators over decades accomplishes everything. His final words were particularly relevant. The grand plan succeeds through accumulated incremental changes. Each generation moves the needle slightly. No single action is dramatic enough to alert opposition, but after 1,000 years of slight movements, the needle will have traveled from one extreme to the other. The Republic will become our empire so gradually that citizens will swear it was always this way. This is victory through erosion rather than explosion. The holocron deactivated, leaving you in the vault's silence. Master Kiro spoke first. He was right about everything. This is exactly what happened. The Republic didn't fall to sudden coup. It eroded across generations until citizens actually cheered the Emperor's rise. Dr. Ven was assembling documents. These financial records, these speeches, this holocron, they're evidence of a conspiracy more sophisticated than anything in recorded history. Intelligence agencies study similar infiltration methods today and call them cutting edge. Guile invented them 4 centuries ago. But Zara was focused on something else. She'd found employee records from Guile's companies, lists of people who'd worked for him across decades. These people had no idea. They thought they were working for a successful businessman. Some of them probably admired him, but they were tools in a Sith operation, their labor serving the grand plan without their knowledge or consent. That pattern was everywhere, once you recognized it. The Sith didn't just manipulate their enemies, they weaponized the innocent. Every employee of a Sith-controlled corporation, every politician who accepted their advice, every citizen who trusted their public face, all of them became unwitting accomplices to galactic-scale conspiracy. The scope was overwhelming. You'd started this investigation thinking the Sith were 30 individuals whose personal actions you could document. But the reality was each Sith commanded networks of thousands, and those thousands commanded networks of millions. The 30 Sith Lords were merely the visible apex of a structure that had infiltrated every level of galactic civilization. Your next lead pointed toward a being called Darth Tenebrous, operating much closer to the present era. He'd been a starship designer, another public identity masking Sith nature. The pattern established by Guile had clearly continued, but Tenebrous represented something new as well. Evidence suggested he'd been a precognitive, able to see possible futures, and that he'd used this ability to engineer his own apprentice's birth decades before their meeting. The level of planning was staggering, not just training whoever showed force sensitivity, but actively manipulating bloodlines to create an apprentice with desired characteristics. This suggested the Sith had moved beyond opportunistic recruitment to deliberate genetic engineering of their own succession. As the ship traveled toward Tenebrous's last known location, you reviewed everything learned so far. The pattern was clear now. The rule of 2 had evolved across its 1,000 years. Bane established philosophy and structure. Zana proved sustainability. Cognos introduced fanatical dedication. Millennial represented and failed to establish an alternative path. Vectivus proved ethical Sith possible, but irrelevant. Gravid nearly destroyed everything. Dean rebuilt from ruins. Ramage added scientific methodology. Guile added systematic infiltration. Each generation contributed something, refined some aspect of the conspiracy, and the knowledge accumulated. Despite the rule's apparent fragility, the Sith had created something remarkable and terrible, a system that concentrated power while distributing knowledge, that required only 2 participants while commanding millions, that operated openly while remaining hidden. The grand plan was coming into focus, and it was even more brilliant and horrifying than initial evidence suggested. The Sith hadn't just infiltrated the Republic, they'd become indistinguishable from it. Every institution, every system, every structure had Sith influence woven through it so thoroughly that removing that influence might require dismantling galactic civilization itself. Master Kiro summed it up simply. They won a long time ago, we just didn't realize it yet. The ship continued its journey, carrying you toward the next revelation, the next piece of the puzzle. Somewhere ahead lay Darth Tenebrous, the calculator who'd foreseen futures and manipulated bloodlines, and beyond him, Darth Plagueis, the wise one who'd learned to create life, and beyond him, Darth Sidious, the culmination of 1,000 years of patient malevolence. The chain was almost complete. The hidden truth was emerging fully into light, and what that light revealed was perhaps the most successful conspiracy in galactic history, executed with such patience and sophistication that even documenting it fully seemed inadequate to convey its true scope. 30 Sith Lords, 1,000 years, trillions of victims, all building toward a moment when darkness would eclipse light so completely that most wouldn't even realize it had happened. That moment was approaching rapidly. Your chronicle would document how it happened, would preserve the truth for whatever came after, but documentation wouldn't undo the damage, wouldn't restore what was lost, wouldn't save those who'd already fallen. You could only bear witness and hope that witness would matter to someone, somewhere, somehow. Munilens appeared through the viewport, its surface gleaming with technological sophistication and accumulated wealth. The banking clan's homeworld, where fortunes were made and destroyed with equal ease, where information was currency and secrets were investments. Somewhere on that glittering surface had lived Higo Damask, publicly known as the head of Damask Holdings, privately known as Darth Plagueis. The archives you needed this time weren't in public repositories, but in private vaults maintained by the banking clan for their most valued members. Dr. Venn had exhausted his legitimate access trying to reach them, and eventually you'd been forced to employ less legal methods. Zara's contacts from her prophet days proved useful. Breaking and entering on Munilens required substantial bribes and some careful force manipulation, but within a week you had access. Plagueis had been meticulous about documentation. His private records filled entire data cores spanning more than 80 years of active operations. Financial dealings, political manipulations, scientific experiments, philosophical writings, all organized with the precision that had made him legendary in both his public and private careers. But what struck you first wasn't the scope but the intimacy. Unlike Guile's cold strategic planning or Ramage's clinical detachment, Plagueis wrote as someone deeply engaged with his work emotionally. He cared about what he was doing, not just strategically, but personally. The Force fascinated him, the way art fascinates collectors or music fascinates composers. He studied it for its own sake, not merely as a tool. His early journals documented training under Tenebrous, a Bith Sith Lord who'd posed as starship designer Ruges Nome. The relationship between them came through clearly. Tenebrous had been calculating, treating Plagueis as a means to an end. Plagueis had been eager, hungry for knowledge, willing to endure any hardship to learn. Master trained me, but did not trust me. He was planning something, manipulating events toward some future he alone could see. His precognitive abilities showed him possibilities I could not perceive. I suspect he viewed me not as successor, but as vessel. He spoke sometimes of immortality, of transcending physical form, of surviving beyond the betrayal he knew must eventually come. I believe he planned to possess me when I finally struck him down, to transfer his consciousness into my body and continue indefinitely. The entry continued, revealing the moment Plagueis had learned the truth. I discovered today that Master maintains a second apprentice, Darth Venamus, another Bith, trained simultaneously with me. Master intended us to compete, to battle for his position, believing the survivor would be stronger for having eliminated a rival. This violates the rule of two, and confirms my suspicions. Master does not truly follow Bane's doctrine. He uses it when convenient and ignores it when it limits him. Dr. Venn found the account of Tenebrous' death, recorded with remarkable honesty. We traveled to Baldemic to survey cortosis deposits. Master was distracted, his attention divided between maintaining force shields and directing our mining probe. I saw my opportunity and took it, used the force to destabilize the ceiling, brought tons of stone down upon him. He died slowly, crushed but conscious. In those final moments, I felt his essence trying to invade my mind, seeking to possess me as I suspected he'd planned. But I was stronger, pushed him out, felt him fragment and dissipate. The rule of two claims another victim. But the entry's final lines revealed unexpected complexity. I find no satisfaction in his death. He trained me well, taught me everything he knew, shaped me into what I am. Killing him feels less like victory than like destroying a great work of art, because the artist's philosophy offended me. The rule demands this, but the rule feels increasingly like slavery to tradition rather than wisdom. Master Kyros read this passage multiple times. He's questioning the rule itself. Even while following it, he's wondering if it's right. That theme recurred throughout Plagueis' writings. He followed the rule of two but considered it provisional, a useful structure that might eventually be transcended. His real goal wasn't continuing Bane's tradition, but ending it by achieving something Bane had only dreamed of. Immortality. True, absolute, permanent existence. Not the half-life of a Force ghost or the limited duration of essence transfer, but genuine immortality achieved through manipulation of midi-chlorians at a cellular level. If he succeeded, if he could make himself truly unkillable, then the rule of two would become obsolete. There would be one Sith, eternal and omnipotent, requiring no successor because they would never die. The experiments documenting this research were extensive and horrifying in their own right. Plagueis had acquired Darth Venamus after their confrontation and kept him alive in a coma, using him as a test subject for midi-chlorian manipulation. Experiment 247 involved increasing midi-chlorian count in subject's liver tissue. Result was catastrophic organ failure and immediate death. Required 3 hours to resuscitate subject. Subject remains comatose but alive. Hypothesis revised accordingly. Zara found the records of other subjects. Not many. Plagueis was too careful to attract attention through mass disappearances, but enough. Beings kept on the edge of death for decades, their bodies laboratories for experiments in the boundary between life and extinction. Some of the techniques he developed were genuinely groundbreaking. Others were simply torture that happened to yield data. But the crown jewel of his research, the experiment that had consumed his final decades, was creating life itself. Not cloning, which was already understood technology, but spontaneous generation, using the Force to manipulate midi-chlorians into forming new life without biological parents. Dr. Venn found the theoretical papers Plagueis had written, dense technical documents mixing biology, physics, and Force mysticism. His hypothesis was elegant and disturbing. Midi-chlorians were not merely indicators of Force sensitivity, but the bridge between physical and metaphysical, the point where Force became biology. By manipulating them with sufficient precision, you could theoretically write new life into existence, creating beings from nothing. The journals documented years of failed attempts. Subject materialized, but was not viable. Cellular structure collapsed within hours. Next attempt will adjust midi-chlorian concentration gradient. Then a different approach. Perhaps creating entire organisms simultaneously is too complex. We'll attempt fertilization manipulation instead. Use existing biological reproduction, but guide it through the Force. And then, buried in a journal entry from approximately 41 years before the present, a note that made everyone stop. Today I sensed a disturbance in the Force, unlike anything previous. A vergence powerful and pure, originating from Tatooine. Initial investigation suggests a woman giving birth to a child with no biological father. Midi-chlorian count in mother's blood suggests child will be extraordinarily powerful. Did I cause this? Did my experiments in midi-chlorian manipulation somehow trigger spontaneous conception? Or is this coincidence, unrelated to my work? Further investigation required, but Tatooine is remote and child will take years to develop. We'll monitor situation but not interfere directly yet. Master Kyros went pale. Anakin Skywalker. He's describing Anakin's birth. Plagueis might have accidentally created the Chosen One through his experiments. The implications were staggering. If Plagueis had indeed influenced Anakin's conception, even unintentionally, then the entire trajectory of galactic history might trace back to one Sith Lord's obsessive research into creating life. The Chosen One, prophesied to bring balance to the Force, might have been a Sith creation. The weapon that would eventually destroy the Sith might have been forged by the Sith themselves. Dr. Venn was already cross-referencing dates. Anakin was born 41 years before the Battle of Yavin. This entry is dated to exactly that time, and Plagueis describes the midi-chlorian count as unprecedented. Qui-Gon's report on Anakin mentioned the same thing. The connection is undeniable. But what shook you most was finding evidence that Plagueis had eventually shared his findings with his own apprentice. You discovered correspondence between Plagueis and someone identified only as Sidious, discussing the Tatooine situation years after the initial discovery. The boy is growing powerful, Plagueis had written, perhaps too powerful. If he is indeed a result of our experiments, we may have created something we cannot control. However, he may also represent an opportunity. The Jedi believe him to be their prophesied one. We could use that belief against them, turn their chosen savior into our weapon. Sidious's response was characteristically calculating. Let the Jedi train him. Let them invest decades in his development. Then we take him when he is at his peak, when he has learned everything they can teach. A chosen one corrupted to dark side would be unstoppable. The ultimate apprentice, powerful enough that he might even transcend the rule of two as you seek to do. The correspondence continued across years, tracking Anakin's progress through Jedi training, discussing how to best position themselves to exploit his power. They had been watching him since childhood, planning his corruption before he even knew they existed. Zara discovered the next crucial piece. Records of plays, meeting a young man on Naboo named Sheev Palpatine. The initial report was clinical. Subject shows tremendous Force potential, currently untrained. More significantly, subject displays natural political instincts and complete absence of moral inhibition. Preliminary assessment suggests subject may be ideal apprentice if properly developed. The journals documented their early relationship. Plagueis had revealed himself as Sith, had told Palpatine about the conspiracy, had offered him power and purpose, and Palpatine had accepted with enthusiasm that bordered on ecstasy. Finally, someone who understood him, who didn't demand he pretend to care about others, who valued the ruthlessness he'd always possessed but had to hide. But the crucial moment came in an entry describing Palpatine's initiation. To prove commitment, I required him to eliminate all connections to his previous life. He returned 3 days later. His entire family was dead. Father, mother, siblings, all killed with his own hands. He showed no remorse, no hesitation, no doubt. He is perfect, perhaps too perfect. I must be cautious. This one may surpass me sooner than anticipated. Master Kyros closed the journal, his hands shaking. He knew from the beginning what Palpatine was, saw the monster clearly, and he trained him anyway because the monster was useful. The training records were extensive. Unlike Tenebrous' detached instruction, Plagueis invested deeply in Sidious's education. He taught him politics, manipulation, patience, how to wear masks so convincing even the wearer sometimes forgot they were masks. He taught him to be not just a Sith, but the perfect Sith, one who could operate in absolute plain sight while remaining invisible. But you found something else, something that changed your understanding of their relationship. They had become partners, not just master and apprentice. The later journals showed genuine collaboration, planning the Grand Plan's final phases together, treating each other almost as equals. This violated the rule's spirit, if not its letter. Master and apprentice weren't supposed to trust each other. They were supposed to plot each other's deaths while pretending loyalty. Plagueis and Sidious had created something different, a partnership built on mutual benefit, where both genuinely worked toward the same goal. It was unprecedented in the Rule of Two's history, and perhaps more dangerous because of it. Dr. Venn found the political records. Together they had orchestrated the Naboo crisis, manipulated the Trade Federation, positioned Palpatine to become Chancellor. Every move calculated decades in advance, every variable controlled, every alternative planned for. The sophistication was breathtaking. But then you discovered the betrayal, documented not by Plagueis, whose journals ended abruptly, but by records Sidious had kept after the fact. He'd written an account of that final night, the moment he'd broken their partnership and fulfilled the rule's ultimate demand. We had won. Palpatine was Chancellor. The first phase of the Grand Plan was complete. Plagueis was celebrating, drunk on wine and success, speaking of the future we would build together. He had forgotten the rule, had convinced himself our partnership transcended it. I had not forgotten. As he slept, I acted, used Force lightning, prevented him from healing, watched him die in confused betrayal. His last words were a question. Why? I did not answer. The rule requires no justification. The account continued, revealing Sidious's reasoning. Plagueis had taught me everything, given me power and purpose, treated me as partner rather than subordinate. But that was his weakness. He loved the Grand Plan more than he feared death. I love power more than I love anyone. That is why I will succeed where he failed. That is why the Rule of Two will end with me, because I will never make his mistake of trusting my apprentice. Master Kyros read this in horrified silence. He killed the one person who genuinely cared about him, who treated him as equal, who had given him everything, and he did it precisely because of that care, because caring was weakness. You spent days in those archives, piecing together the final years of Plagueis' life and the rise of Sidious to sole mastery. The picture that emerged was of the Grand Plan entering its endgame. Plagueis and Sidious together had positioned pieces across the galaxy. The clone army was being grown on Kamino, ordered by a dead Jedi whose identity Sidious had stolen. The separatist movement was being cultivated, led by former Jedi Dooku, who Sidious would corrupt and name Darth Tyrannus. The stage was set for a war that would give Palpatine emergency powers and justify the elimination of the Jedi. But you also found evidence of something else. Sidious had taken Maul as an apprentice, while Plagueis still lived, directly violating the Rule of Two. Plagueis never knew. Maul was kept hidden on Mustafar, trained in secret, deployed only when Plagueis' attention was elsewhere. Sidious had been preparing for his master's betrayal years before executing it. Zara found Maul's training records, stored separately in files. Sidious had kept. The Zabrak child had been taken from Dathomir at age 14, already trained by Night Sisters, already channeling hatred and rage. Sidious had refined that raw anger into a weapon, teaching him lightsaber technique, combat strategy, absolute obedience. But the records made clear Maul was never intended as true apprentice. He was an assassin, expendable, someone to deploy and discard as needed. The contrast with Sidious's later apprentices was stark. Dooku, a former Jedi Master, was treated with respect and given actual authority. Vader, the Chosen One corrupted, was feared and relied upon, despite his limitations. But Maul was simply a tool, trained and used, and eventually discarded without sentiment. You discovered recordings of the Naboo battle, showing Maul's duel with the Jedi. His skill was obvious, his rage palpable. He'd killed Qui-Gon Jinn with brutal efficiency. But then Obi-Wan Kenobi had bisected him, sent him falling down a reactor shaft to presumed death. Sidious had learned of this and shown no concern. Maul had served his purpose. His death was irrelevant. Except, as later records revealed, Maul hadn't died. He'd survived through pure hatred, gone mad, lived as a broken thing in garbage heaps for over a decade until his brother Savage found him. Mother Talzin had restored his mind and given him new legs. And then Maul had spent years seeking revenge, building his own criminal empire, trying to become significant again. The records of this period were fragmentary, gathered from intelligence reports rather than direct observation. Maul had formed the Shadow Collective, conquered Mandalore, wielded the Darksaber. For a brief moment, he'd been powerful, independent, a threat in his own right. And then Sidious had arrived personally, declared Maul a rival rather than a tool, killed his brother Savage, defeated him easily. Master Kyros found the recording of that confrontation. Sidious standing over a kneeling Maul, explaining with almost pedagogical patience, "You have become a rival, and we cannot have rivals. You were never meant to be my successor. You were meant to be expendable. The fact that you survived and grew strong, that shows initiative, but it also shows you misunderstood your purpose. You were a weapon. Weapons do not have ambitions." Maul's response was desperate, broken. "I could serve you again. I have power now, resources, knowledge of the criminal underworld. I could be useful." Sidious had smiled. "You were useful once, then you failed and died. That your corpse reanimated itself through hatred is impressive but irrelevant. I have a new apprentice, more powerful than you ever were. I have an empire to build. You are merely a remnant of an earlier strategy. Be grateful I leave you alive. Consider it a reward for years of service." The recording ended with Maul fleeing, defeated but alive, condemned to irrelevance. His story didn't end there. Later records showed him leading Crimson Dawn, searching for Sith artifacts, eventually tracking Obi-Wan to Tatooine for a final confrontation. But those events were yet to come. For now, Maul was simply another discarded tool, another example of how the rule of two treated those it no longer needed. Dr. Venn assembled a timeline of Sidious's apprentices, and the pattern was revealing. Maul, the weapon; Dooku, the public face of separatism; Vader, the enforcer of the Empire. Each served a specific purpose in the grand plan. Each was valued only for their utility, and when that utility ended, they were discarded without hesitation. But you also found evidence that Sidious himself was planning to transcend the rule of two, continuing Plagueis's work on immortality. Hidden research notes showed experiments in cloning, in essence transfer, in techniques that might allow consciousness to survive physical death. Sidious was trying to become the one eternal Sith that Bane had always envisioned as the rule's ultimate conclusion. The wisdom you gathered from these archives was darker than anything previous. Plagueis had been brilliant, perhaps the most intelligent Sith in the entire lineage. He'd understood the Force at a level that rivaled the ancient masters. He'd made genuine scientific breakthroughs that could have benefited the galaxy immeasurably. But he'd used all that brilliance in service of evil. His knowledge of midi-chlorians could have cured diseases, extended lifespans, helped the weak become strong. Instead, he'd used it to create weapons, to extend only his own life, to corrupt the chosen one. Every gift he possessed had been twisted to dark purposes. And Sidious had learned from him, taken that knowledge, and made it worse. Where Plagueis had at least felt occasional doubt, occasional regret, Sidious felt nothing but absolute conviction in his right to power. Where Plagueis had formed a partnership with his apprentice, Sidious used and discarded them. Where Plagueis had been human underneath the darkness, Sidious had become something else entirely. Master Kiros summed it up during one of your late-night discussions in the archives. Plagueis proved that intelligence and evil are not incompatible. In fact, they synergize. A stupid evil person causes limited damage. An intelligent evil person can destroy civilizations. And Plagueis was genius-level intelligent. Zara added her perspective, but he also showed that even Sith can form genuine relationships. He and Sidious were partners, really partners, for years. That proves the dark side doesn't completely eliminate the capacity for connection. It just makes those connections rare and ultimately doomed. You thought about that as you copied the final files, as you prepared to leave Monelinsi. The Sith were monsters, yes, but complex monsters. They weren't mindless evil. They were intelligent, often brilliant, sometimes even capable of loyalty and partnership. That made them more dangerous, not less. A mindless monster was predictable. A brilliant monster who could fake friendship while planning your death. That was terror in its purest form. The next phase of your investigation would document the Clone Wars, the fall of the Republic, the rise of the Empire. You would chronicle Sidious's ultimate victory, watch him achieve what 1,000 years of Sith had built toward. And you would document how Anakin Skywalker, possibly created by Sith experiments, was corrupted into Darth Vader. The wisdom gathered here was this: the Sith won not through superior morality or even superior power, but through superior patience and planning. They'd been willing to wait 1,000 years, to sacrifice 30 generations of Sith Lords, to infiltrate every institution, to corrupt slowly and invisibly, and their patience had paid off. By the time the Jedi realized what was happening, it was already too late. The Republic they protected was already a Sith puppet. The democracy they defended had already become a dictatorship. The peace they maintained had already become slavery. Master Kiros said, "It's simply as your ship left Monelinst orbit. They deserve to win. Not morally, but strategically. They played a better game than we did. They were patient when we were complacent. They adapted when we stagnated. They innovated when we relied on tradition. We lost because they were better at their job than we were at ours." The admission was painful, but honest. The Jedi had failed, not because they were weak, but because they'd been outmaneuvered by opponents, more committed, more patient, more willing to sacrifice everything for victory. And now you had to document that victory. Had to chronicle how Sidious would use the Clone Wars to destroy the Jedi, how he would transform himself from senator to chancellor to emperor, how he would corrupt Anakin into Vader. The darkest chapters of your chronicle still lay ahead. But you had gathered the wisdom of the Sith's greatest minds. You understood their methods, their philosophy, their ultimate goals, and that understanding, however painful to acquire, however horrifying in its implications, was essential. Because understanding the past was the only way to prevent its repetition. The Sith had won once. Your chronicle would ensure everyone knew how, would preserve the lesson so that future generations might recognize the warning signs, might stop the next conspiracy before it achieved what this one had. That was the hope, anyway. The frail hope that witnessing evil might inoculate against its recurrence. The ship jumped to hyperspace, carrying you toward the Clone Wars era, toward the moment when 1,000 years of planning would finally bear its dark fruit. Coruscant hung in space like a jewel carved from light and ambition, its entire surface a single city stretching from pole to pole. Trillions lived here in towers that pierced clouds, in depths that never saw natural sunlight, in the endless layers between sky and foundation. This was the Republic's heart, and somewhere in its depths, that heart had been poisoned so thoroughly that no one had noticed until the poison killed them. The Clone Wars had left scars even on Coruscant's durable surface. Buildings still showed blast damage from the Battle of Coruscant, the final confrontation that had seen separatist forces penetrate to the capital itself. Doctor, then guided your ship through traffic lanes crowded with commerce and patrol craft, heading toward the former Senate district. The Senate building still stood, though it served different purposes now under the new Republic. Getting access required credentials you didn't have, and patience you'd exhausted. Zara's solution was direct. Break in during night shift, use the Force to avoid security, find what you needed before anyone realized you were there. Master Kyrus objected on principle but offered no alternative, so breaking in it was. The Senate archives were extensive but poorly organized. The Republic had kept meticulous records, but the Empire had purged selectively, and the new Republic hadn't yet restored everything. What remained was fragmented, requiring days of searching to piece together coherent narratives. You found Dooku's file first, thick with decades of service as a Jedi before his sudden departure. Count of Sereno, wealthy beyond measure, idealistic in ways the Jedi Council had found troublesome. He'd left the Order not in disgrace but in disillusionment, publicly citing philosophical differences about the Jedi's role in Republic politics. What the file didn't contain was any suggestion he'd become a Sith. The Republic had known him as leader of the separatist movement, a former Jedi who turned against the Order, but not necessarily against the light. Only after his death did intelligence reports begin suggesting he might have been Darth Tyrannus, Sidious's second apprentice. By then it was too late to matter. Master Kyrus found recordings of Dooku's speeches during the Separatist crisis, and they were remarkable for their sincerity. This wasn't someone lying for effect. Dooku had genuinely believed the Republic was broken, that the Jedi had become enforcers of corruption rather than guardians of justice. His arguments were compelling enough that thousands of systems had followed him into secession. The tragedy was that he'd been right about the problems while being catastrophically wrong about the solution. Yes, the Republic was corrupt, but the corruption's source was Sidious himself, manipulating Dooku like everyone else. The separatist movement, designed to fix the Republic, was actually designed to destroy it, and Dooku had been too blind or too arrogant to see his own manipulation. Dr. Venn discovered financial records showing how the clone army had been commissioned. A Jedi named Sifo Dyas had supposedly ordered it a decade before the war, but Sifo Dyas had died shortly after placing the order. Investigation suggested his identity had been stolen, his authority used to legitimize what was actually a Sith operation. The clones were programmed with behavioral modification biochips, ostensibly for discipline, but actually to ensure they'd follow Order 66 when commanded. The sophistication of the plan was breathtaking. Create an army for the Republic using Republic funds, but Sith control, engineer a crisis that required that army's deployment. Spread the Jedi thin commanding clone troops across the galaxy. Then activate the biochips and have the clones execute their Jedi commanders simultaneously. Brilliant, ruthless, and executed with precision that suggested decades of preparation. Zara found records of the war itself, and the scale was overwhelming. Trillions dead across 3 years of galactic conflict, entire planets devastated, economies shattered, populations displaced, all of it orchestrated, controlled, and directed by Sidious playing both sides. The Republic forces led by Palpatine the Chancellor, the Separatist forces led by Dooku the Count. No matter who won individual battles, Sidious won the war. You discovered recordings of Senate sessions where Palpatine had gradually accumulated emergency powers. Each expansion of authority had seemed reasonable at the time, necessary to prosecute the war effectively. But watched in sequence, the pattern was clear. He'd been systematically dismantling democratic institutions, replacing them with autocratic structures, all while maintaining the appearance of reluctant necessity. Master Kyros found the moment that had sealed the Republic's fate. A recording of Palpatine addressing the Senate after the Jedi's failed attempt to arrest him. His face was scarred, his voice trembling with false vulnerability, his words perfectly calibrated to turn public opinion against the order he'd spent decades infiltrating and undermining. The remaining Jedi will be hunted down and defeated. The attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed, but my resolve has never been stronger. In order to ensure our security and continuing stability, the Republic will be reorganized into the first galactic empire for a safe and secure society. The Senate had erupted in applause, not scattered applause from a few supporters, but thunderous approval from the vast majority. They'd cheered the end of democracy, celebrated the rise of dictatorship, acclaimed the man who'd orchestrated the entire crisis that justified his seizure of power. And through it all, Palpatine had smiled with grandfatherly benevolence, accepting their adulation as if it pained him to do so. Dr. Venn played the recording 3 times, studying the crowd's reaction. Look at their faces. They're not coerced. They're not afraid. They're not afraid. They're genuinely relieved. They wanted this. They wanted someone to take control, to make decisions, to provide certainty. Palpatine gave them exactly what they asked for. That was perhaps the darkest revelation. The Empire hadn't been imposed against the people's will. It had been established with their enthusiastic consent. Palpatine hadn't destroyed democracy. He'd let democracy destroy itself, had simply arranged circumstances so that democratic choice led inevitably to autocratic rule. You found evidence of the Jedi Temple's fall, recorded by security cameras that had somehow survived the purge. Anakin now calling himself Vader, leading clone troopers through the halls, the sounds of lightsabers igniting, of blaster fire, of children screaming. The footage ended when someone had destroyed the recording equipment, but not before capturing horrors that would fuel nightmares forever. Master Kyros couldn't watch it through. He'd lost friends in that attack, had only survived himself because he'd been on a remote mission when Order 66 was executed. Seeing the temple burn, seeing younglings murdered, it was too much. He left the archive and didn't return that night. Zara found more about Anakin's fall, piecing together testimony from survivors and Imperial records that had been careless about operational security. The pattern emerged slowly. Anakin's fear of losing Padme, his growing attachment to Palpatine, his frustration with the Jedi Council's caution, all of it exploited masterfully by Sidious, who'd been grooming Anakin since the boy was 9 years old. The moment of corruption was almost anticlimactic. Anakin had discovered Palpatine was the Sith Lord the Jedi had been seeking. He'd reported it to Mace Windu. The Jedi Master had gone to arrest Palpatine, had nearly succeeded, and then Anakin had arrived at the critical moment, seen Mace about to execute a seemingly helpless Sidious, and made the choice that would define the rest of his life. He'd intervened, disarmed Mace, enabled Sidious to kill the Jedi Master. One choice, made in a moment of fear and confusion, that had led to everything after: the Temple's destruction, the Jedi's extinction, the Empire's rise, the galaxy's subjugation for 2 decades, all because one man had chosen wrong when it mattered most. Dr. Venn found Anakin's own recorded statement from shortly after, filed in Imperial records as part of Vader's official history. His voice was different, mechanical, filtered through the breathing apparatus that would define him forever. I did what was necessary. The Jedi were traitors, planning to overthrow the Republic. I stopped them. I saved democracy. But listening to it, You could hear the doubt underneath the conviction, the slight hesitation before certain words, the way his voice almost broke on traitors. This was someone trying to convince himself as much as anyone else. The recording ended with Vader stating his commitment to the Emperor and the New Order, but the commitment sounded hollow, the words of someone who'd burned his bridges and now had to live with what that burning had cost. Master Kyros returned the next day, red-eyed but functional. We need to find what happened to him next. How the man who was Anakin Skywalker became the monster who was Darth Vader. That transformation is crucial. The records of Vader's early years as Sith Lord were classified even by Imperial standards, but fragments existed. Medical reports documenting his injuries on Mustafar, the extensive cybernetic reconstruction required to keep him alive, psychological evaluations noting dissociation, rage, and what the Imperial doctors clinically described as self-destructive ideation. Vader had wanted to die after learning Padme was dead, but Sidious had denied him even that release. You discovered Vader had spent his first years hunting surviving Jedi with methodical thoroughness. Temple guards, council members, Padawans, any who'd escaped Order 66 became targets. Some he killed quickly, others he tortured for information about survivors. A few he tried to turn, offering them a place in the New Order if they'd swear allegiance to the Emperor. Most refused and died. A handful accepted and became Inquisitors, former Jedi corrupted to hunting their own kind. Zara found records of the Inquisitorius, the organization Vader had built to institutionalize Jedi hunting. They were trained in the dark side but not fully, kept deliberately weak so they could never threaten Vader or Sidious. They were tools like Maul had been, useful for tasks beneath a true Sith Lord's attention. Most died within years, killed by surviving Jedi or by Vader himself when they failed missions. The pattern was clear. Sidious had broken the rule of two completely. He maintained Vader as official apprentice, but he also commanded Inquisitors, Imperial guards trained in the dark side, various hands and agents with Force abilities. He'd created a shadow organization of Darksiders, all serving him, none powerful enough to threaten him. The rule of two had become the rule of one, with Sidious as the eternal master and everyone else as disposable servants. Dr. Venn assembled a timeline of the Empire's reign, 19 years from the Jedi's fall to the Battle of Yavin, 19 years of iron-fisted control that had transformed the galaxy. Slavery had been legalized again. Alien species had been systematically oppressed. Entire planets had been destroyed as examples to others. The Empire had ruled through fear so absolute that most beings had stopped even imagining resistance. But you also found records of the rebellion, small at first but growing. Survivors of the Republic, idealists who refused to accept tyranny, beings who'd lost too much to the Empire and wanted vengeance. They'd formed cells, conducted sabotage, spread hope that resistance was possible. And eventually, they'd stolen the Death Star plans and destroyed the Empire's ultimate weapon. Master Kyros found recordings of that battle, and even knowing the outcome, the tension was palpable. A handful of starfighters against a battle station the size of a moon, capable of destroying planets. The odds had been absurd. But Luke Skywalker, Anakin's son, raised on Tatooine and trained by Obi-Wan, had made the impossible shot. The Death Star had exploded. The Empire had suffered its first major defeat. More importantly, Vader had learned he had a son. The recordings showed his reaction, or the mechanical approximation of reaction his suit allowed. Find him, bring him to me. He will join us or die. But underneath the threat, you could hear something else. A father who'd believed his child dead now learning they lived. A flicker of the man Anakin had been, buried under decades of Vader's darkness. The next 3 years had led to Endor, to Luke's confrontation with both Vader and the Emperor, to the moment when Anakin Skywalker had finally returned. The recordings of that battle were fragmentary, reconstructed from surviving rebel testimony and Imperial logs that had been automatically transmitted before the second Death Star's destruction. Luke had refused to kill Vader, had thrown down his weapon, had declared himself a Jedi like his father before him. Sidious had responded with Force lightning, torturing Luke slowly, savoring the boy's agony. And Vader had watched his son dying, watched the Emperor he'd served for decades revealed as the monster he'd always been, and made a choice. He'd picked up Sidious and thrown him down a reactor shaft. The Emperor's own Force lightning had detonated something in Vader's suit, mortally wounding him, even as it killed Sidious. In his final moments, Vader had asked Luke to remove his mask, to let him see his son with his own eyes, just once, without machinery between them. Luke had obliged, and Anakin Skywalker had died, redeemed by the love he'd destroyed his life trying to protect. The prophecy had been fulfilled in the most unexpected way. He'd brought balance to the Force not by destroying the Sith when he fell, but by destroying them when he returned to the light. Master Kiros wept reading this account. He saved us all. After everything he did, all the evil he committed, in the end he saved us all. The prophecy was true, just not in any way we'd anticipated. But your investigation wasn't finished. Sidious had died on the second Death Star. Yes, but you had evidence suggesting that death hadn't been final. Records from the years after Endor, fragmentary and concerning, suggesting the Emperor had returned somehow. Your next destination was already determined. Exegol, the hidden Sith world mentioned in classified Imperial files, where something had been building in secret even during the Empire's public reign. The approach to truth had revealed how completely the Sith had won, how Sidious had achieved everything Bane had envisioned, and more, how the 1,000-year plan had succeeded beyond its architect's wildest ambitions. The Jedi were gone. The Republic was destroyed. An Emperor ruled absolutely. But it had also revealed the Sith's fundamental weakness. For all their planning, all their power, all their carefully constructed conspiracy, they'd ultimately been defeated by something they'd never understood. Love, a father's love for his son, powerful enough to overcome decades of darkness, strong enough to make Anakin choose death over watching Luke suffer. The Sith had spent 1,000 years eliminating every emotion except ambition and rage. They'd considered love a weakness to be purged, attachment, a vulnerability to be avoided, and that blindness had killed them. Sidious had never imagined Vader would choose Luke over him, because Sidious couldn't comprehend that kind of sacrifice. He'd eliminated his capacity for love so completely that he couldn't recognize it in others. That was the truth you approached. The Sith had won every battle and lost the war. They'd achieved ultimate power and destroyed themselves with it. They'd become so strong that nothing could defeat them except their own nature. Or so it seemed. But Exegol waited ahead, and with it the revelation that Sidious had learned from his defeat, had planned for it, had refused to stay dead even when the Chosen One himself had killed him. The final chapters of your chronicle would document the Sith's ultimate attempt at immortality, their final scheme to rule forever, and how, despite everything, despite 1,000 years of planning and preparation, they had failed. But that failure still lay ahead. For now you had documented the approach to truth, the moment when all the Sith's planning had borne fruit, when their conspiracy had succeeded, when darkness had eclipsed light. The galaxy had been theirs, and for 19 years they had ruled it with iron and terror. Exegol existed in navigational charts as coordinates with no name, a world in the unknown regions that hyperspace routes avoided. Getting there required a Sith wayfinder, an ancient device that provided navigation through the chaotic space surrounding it. You'd acquired one through means best left undocumented, and now your ship followed its guidance through regions where normal navigation would have meant death. The planet appeared suddenly, a world of red rock and perpetual lightning storms. Massive structures covered its surface, some ancient beyond reckoning, others clearly more recent. This had been a Sith stronghold since long before Bane's time, a place where Darksiders had returned generation after generation to conduct rituals and experiments away from prying eyes. But what you'd come to find was recent, barely decades old. Somewhere on this world, Sidious had built his final contingency, his ultimate attempt to transcend death itself and rule forever. The evidence you'd gathered suggested he'd succeeded, at least temporarily. That the Emperor had returned somehow, had commanded from Exegol even after his physical death on the second Death Star. Landing was treacherous, the storms interfering with sensors, the wind threatening to dash your ship against rock formations. But eventually, you found a sheltered area near what appeared to be an entrance to subterranean structures. The landing gear settled, and you prepared to explore what you desperately hoped would be an empty tomb. The entrance led down through carved tunnels that showed signs of both ancient construction and recent use. Lightning crystals in the walls provided illumination, their glow pulsing with the planet's electrical storms. The air smelled of ozone and something organic that suggested death and decay. The throne room emerged from darkness, like a nightmare made solid, massive beyond reason, its ceiling lost in shadow high above, its walls covered in Sith runes that seemed to writhe in the lightning's glow. And at the room's center, suspended by machinery you didn't fully understand, a throne with something in it. Master Kyros approached carefully, lightsaber ignited, ready for attack. But the figure in the throne didn't move, couldn't move. It was barely alive, more corpse than person, flesh held together by technology and dark side energy and sheer stubborn refusal to fully die. This had been Sidious, or what remained of him. The body was wrong, decayed beyond natural limits, fingers too long, and ending in something between nails and claws. The face was barely recognizable, skin pulled tight over bone, eyes clouded but somehow still aware. When it sensed their presence, those eyes opened, and a voice emerged from ruined lips. "You have come to bear witness. Good. Let your chronicle show that death is for the weak. I conquered it. I returned. For a time, I ruled from this throne while the galaxy thought me dead. My work continued. My plans advanced. And when the time was right, I revealed myself again." Dr. Ben was recording everything, his hands shaking but his professional instincts taking over. The apparatus keeping you alive. When was it built? The thing that had been Sidious made a sound that might have been laughter. Before the second Death Star. Before Endor. I knew the prophesied one would betray me eventually. The prophecy demanded it. So I prepared. Clone bodies, dozens of them, stored here on Exegol. Techniques for essence transfer, perfected through decades of experimentation. When Vader killed this body, I simply transferred to a new one. Painful, yes. Imperfect, yes, but successful. Zara had found the cloning tanks. Rows of them most empty now, a few containing bodies at various stages of decay. These were all you. Rejects, mostly. The transfer process damages the host. Each body lasts only months before deteriorating. I went through 17 before finding techniques to extend viability. Even so, none of them perfect, all of them rotting faster than I could transfer. Master Kyros was examining the machinery sustaining Sidious. "You're barely alive. Whatever you call this, it's not immortality, it's just dying very slowly." The clouded eyes focused on him. "Better than dying quickly. And I did achieve my goal. I returned. I commanded the First Order through intermediaries. I created Snoke as puppet leader. I orchestrated events across decades. I corrupted Ben Solo, turning him to the dark side as Kylo Ren. I found Rey, my granddaughter, through that failure of a clone son, and I nearly possessed her body for true rebirth." The word granddaughter stopped you. You had a family? You created a son? An experiment in cloning went wrong. The body lacked force sensitivity, making it useless as a vessel. I discarded it, but the fool fell in love, married, had a child. That child, Rey, inherited my power. She was perfect, young, strong, filled with raw force potential. If she'd struck me down in anger, if she'd taken the throne I offered, my essence would have transferred to her. I would have been reborn, truly immortal at last, in a body that could withstand my power. But she refused. Dr. Venn had found records of the final battle, was reading them even as Sidious spoke. She had help from Ben Solo, your last attempt at an apprentice. Together, they formed a dyad. The Force dyad. Sidious' voice held frustration, and something like admiration, a bond I did not anticipate, linking two Force users so completely they became one entity across two bodies. When I struck at them, their bond sustained them. When Rey called on every Jedi who'd ever lived, they answered through her. I unleashed my full power, everything this decaying body could channel. She reflected it back, destroyed this body, and finally destroyed my essence. True death at last. Master Kiro studied the corpse carefully. But you're still here, still aware, still speaking. A fragment, a ghost, too weak to act, barely strong enough to maintain consciousness, trapped in this failing flesh, unable to transfer, unable to die completely, unable to do anything but wait for entropy to finally claim me. He paused, and something like regret entered that ruined voice. I achieved everything, conquered the Republic, destroyed the Jedi, ruled as Emperor, transcended death itself, and in the end I lost everything, defeated by a scavenger girl and a Skywalker who couldn't stay dark. The grand design, 1,000 years in the making, ended by love and sacrifice. Concepts I spent my life eliminating, proving myself blind to the only weapons that could defeat me. You stepped forward, needing to understand. Was it worth it? Everything you did, everyone who died, the entire conspiracy, did achieving power justify all that? The eyes that met yours were ancient and empty. Ask me that when you've lived as long as I have, when you've experienced power at the level I attained, when you've shaped galactic history according to your will, then you'll understand. Morality is what the powerful say it is. Ethics are tools the weak use to restrain the strong. I transcended such limitations, and yes, it was worth it. Every death, every betrayal, every atrocity, because for 35 years I was the most powerful being in the galaxy. For 35 years, my word was law to trillions. That experience, that absolute power, it justified everything I did to attain it. Zara looked at him with something between pity and disgust. You're lying. If you truly believed that, you wouldn't sound so empty saying it. The figure in the throne was quiet for a long moment. Perhaps I simply lack the energy to maintain conviction. This body dies slowly, and my mind dies with it. Ask me again tomorrow, and I might give a different answer. Ask me yesterday, and I would have raged at your presumption. Today, I simply don't care anymore. Dr. Venn had found more records, was reading through them with mounting horror. The Sith Eternal. The cult here worshipped you. Thousands of them. Conducting rituals, maintaining your clones, building a fleet of star destroyers, each equipped with planet-killing weapons. You were planning to reconquer the galaxy. Would have succeeded too, if not for the dyad. The fleet was ready, the weapons functional. One command, and 1,000 worlds would have burned. The new republic would have fallen. The final order would have risen. I would have ruled forever, or at least as long as these clone bodies lasted. But Rey and Ben stopped me, destroyed the fleet, killed me finally and completely. Or mostly completely. This remnant hardly counts. Master Kiros asked the question that had haunted him since beginning this investigation. Why? You had wealth, position, power within the Republic. Why destroy it? Why not just rule the Republic as it was? Because the Republic had limits, laws, checks on power. I wanted absolute authority, not negotiated compromise. I wanted beings to tremble when I spoke, not debate my proposals. I wanted worship, not respect. The Republic could never give me that. Only Empire could. Only absolute rule satisfied. But the Empire fell. Your absolute power lasted 19 years before rebels destroyed it. 23 years if you count my return. And yes, it fell. All power eventually falls, but I tasted godhood. However briefly, I held billions of lives in my hands and crushed them when I chose. No one in galactic history held power like I did. No one shaped events on that scale. I am the most successful Sith who ever lived, and it doesn't matter that I ultimately failed. What matters is that for a time, I succeeded absolutely. You looked at the thing in the throne, trying to reconcile the monster before you with the genial Senator Palpatine, who'd charmed the Republic for decades. How much of that public face was real? Did any part of Sheev Palpatine actually exist, or was it always just Darth Sidious wearing a mask? The mask was real in that I maintained it consistently, but underneath, always Sidious, always dark, always hungry for more. Palpatine was the greatest role I ever played, and I played it for over 50 years without anyone suspecting that performance alone justifies my existence. I fooled everyone, including Jedi who could read minds. I stood next to Masters of the Force and they sensed nothing. That requires such mastery of deception that it becomes art. Zara had found something else, was reading with tears streaming down her face. The prophets of the dark side. My order. You used us. Everything we believed, every prophecy we thought we received from the dark side itself, you planted them. We were never independent, never autonomous, just tools you manipulated. Of course, Millennial founded the prophets in rejection of the rule of two, but I co-opted them within generations, fed them prophecies that served my purposes, used them to spread my influence, while they believed themselves separate from the Sith. They were useful, so I maintained them. When they ceased being useful, I discarded them, as I did with everyone. Master Kiros had heard enough. You're dying. This body has days left at most. Is there anything you want to say? Any final wisdom for the ages? The thing that had been Sidious thought about this. Tell them I won. For all that I ultimately lost, I won first. Tell them the Sith's 1,000-year plan succeeded. We destroyed the Jedi. We toppled the Republic. We ruled the galaxy. Yes, our rule ended, but we proved Bane right. The rule of two worked. Patience and planning defeated strength and numbers. Two Sith, working in secret, accomplished what armies of Sith could never achieve. He paused, energy fading visibly, and tell them this. The dark side is patient. The Sith may be gone, but darkness remains. Some student of history will find these records, will study our methods, will attempt to recreate what we built. The cycle continues, light and dark, eternally struggling. We lost this round, but darkness never stays defeated forever. The eyes closed, the breathing, already shallow, became nearly imperceptible. Dr. Venn checked the medical readings from the machinery. He's fading, hours left, maybe less. You had what you came for, the final testimony of the last Sith Lord, recorded for history, the complete chain from Bane to Sidious, 30 names across 1,000 years, all documented, the conspiracy fully revealed, its methods exposed, its ultimate fate recorded. But as you prepared to leave, Sidious spoke once more, voice barely a whisper. One more thing, for your chronicle. I had a teacher once, Darth Plagueis. He taught me everything, gave me power and purpose, treated me almost as an equal, and I killed him because the rule demanded it. That moment, standing over his dying body, feeling his betrayal and confusion, that was when I truly became Sith. When I proved I valued power over connection. Remember that. Remember, we are not born monsters, we choose to become them. Those were his final words. The breathing stopped. The life signs the machinery had been maintaining flatlined. Whatever essence had clung to that ruined flesh finally released, dissipating into the Force like smoke in wind. Master Kyros performed a brief ritual, speaking words over the corpse that granted whatever peace a Sith could find. He was evil, irredeemably, absolutely evil. But he was also a being, and all beings deserve acknowledgement in death. You left the throne room, climbing back toward the surface. Behind you, the Sith Eternal's abandoned temple stood silent. The cultists had fled or died when their God Emperor fell. The fleet of Star Destroyers had been destroyed at the Battle of Exegol. Everything Sidious had built on this world was ruins now. One more failed attempt at eternal power. But his warning echoed in your mind. Darkness never stays defeated. Somewhere, someday, someone would find inspiration in the Sith's success, would study their methods, would attempt to recreate their achievement. Your chronicle would document both their victory and their defeat, would serve as both warning and potentially instruction. That was the risk of truth. You couldn't control how people used knowledge once shared. You could only document honestly and trust that wisdom would prevail over ambition. The ship lifted off from Exegol, leaving the Red World behind. Master Kyros spoke what you'd all been thinking. It's over. The investigation is complete. We've documented every Sith Lord from Bane to Sidious. The chain is unbroken. The conspiracy is fully revealed. Dr. Venn was already compiling files, organizing centuries of research into coherent narrative. This will be the most important historical work in millennia, the complete chronicle of how democracy fell and tyranny rose. Every scholar in the galaxy will study this. Zara was quiet, staring out at the stars. Do you think it will make a difference? Knowing all this, understanding how it happened, will it prevent the next conspiracy? No one had an answer. You could only hope that sunlight really was the best disinfectant. Hope that understanding the past prevented its repetition. Hope that the million deaths you documented, the countless victims of the Sith's ambition, would not have died entirely in vain if their stories ensured future generations recognized the warning signs. The climactic revelation was complete, the ultimate secret unveiled. The Sith had won through patience, planning, and willingness to sacrifice everything for power. They'd achieved absolute victory, ruling the galaxy with iron authority. And they'd been defeated by the one weapon they never understood, the one vulnerability they'd deliberately cultivated. Love, sacrifice, the willingness to choose others over yourself. These weren't weaknesses, as the Sith believed. They were strengths so profound that all the dark side's power couldn't overcome them. That was the truth at your chronicle's heart. Evil could achieve great things through discipline and patience, but good, properly motivated, and sufficiently brave could still defeat it. The Sith had ruled for decades. The Jedi's ideals had survived millennia and would outlast any temporary darkness. Ahead lay one final task, writing the resolution, the aftermath, the epilogue to this 1,000-year tragedy. But the core narrative was complete. The Sith were gone. The story was told. The darkness had been brought fully into light. And in that light, perhaps, the galaxy could finally begin to heal. The work of compilation took months. You'd gathered more data than any single chronicle could contain. Testimonies and documents spanning a millennium. The complete record of the Sith's conspiracy from inception to final defeat. Now came the harder task of shaping that mountain of evidence into narrative that beings could comprehend. Dr. Venn took the lead on organization, his academic training proving invaluable. He created timelines, cross-referenced sources, verified facts against multiple pieces of evidence. Where records conflicted, he noted the discrepancies honestly rather than choosing convenient truths. Where gaps existed, he acknowledged them rather than filling them with speculation. Master Kyros wrote the moral framework, providing context for readers who might not understand how such evil could flourish. He explained the Jedi's failure not as excuse but as warning. How good people could miss obvious evil if they weren't vigilant. How institutions could be corrupted so gradually that those within them never noticed until too late. How the best intentions could enable the worst outcomes. Zara contributed the emotional core, writing about victims whose names history had forgotten. The Cephalons Ramage had vivisected. The workers Guile had manipulated. The younglings Vader had murdered. The trillions who died in the Clone Wars, pawns in a conflict orchestrated entirely for Sidious's benefit. Her sections were hardest to read, but most necessary. Without the human cost documented clearly, the Sith's crimes became abstract, numbers too large to comprehend. Your role was synthesis, taking their separate contributions and weaving them into coherent whole, 30 Sith Lords, each with their own chapter, 30 betrayals, 30 murders, 30 contributions to the grand plan. The narrative arc stretched across 1,000 years, building inevitably toward the climax you'd witnessed on Exegol. But resolution required more than just documenting the fall. It required understanding what came after, how the galaxy had responded to the Sith's final defeat, whether the New Republic had learned from the Old Republic's failures. The investigation into Aftermath took you to Hosnian Prime, capital of the New Republic, where governmental archives held records of reconstruction. The task had been enormous. The empire had fallen, but left infrastructure of oppression, economies built on slavery, populations traumatized by decades of tyranny. Dismantling that legacy, while preventing collapse into anarchy, required careful balance. You found records of the trials, where imperial officials had been judged for their crimes. Some executions, some imprisonments, many pardons for those who'd served the regime without active participation in its atrocities. The decisions had been controversial. Some argued everyone who'd served the empire bore responsibility. Others said executing millions would make martyrs and guarantee endless cycles of revenge. The New Republic had chosen pragmatic forgiveness where possible, justice where necessary, and amnesty for those who'd had no real choice. It was imperfect compromise, satisfying no one completely, but perhaps that was the nature of genuine justice. Perfect solutions existed only in philosophy. Reality required messy accommodations with human complexity. Master Kyros found records of the Jedi's attempted restoration. Luke Skywalker had founded a new academy, training a new generation in the Force, but his approach differed from the old order. He'd allowed attachments, permitted marriage, encouraged emotional connections rather than demanding their suppression. The old Jedi had believed detachment prevented corruption. Luke had learned from his father that suppressing emotion created vulnerabilities the dark side could exploit. But even this reformed approach had faced challenges. Ben Solo, grandson of Anakin Skywalker, had fallen to the dark side despite Luke's best efforts, became Kylo Ren, served Snoke, committed atrocities in the First Order's name, the pattern repeating, another Skywalker corrupted, another generation learning that good intentions couldn't guarantee good outcomes. Zara discovered something that changed your understanding of Ben's story. Records from Leia Organa, his mother, describing his childhood. How he'd been sensitive, gifted, troubled by visions he couldn't control. How Snoke had been whispering to him since youth, grooming him across years, exploiting his fears and insecurities. How Luke had tried to help but ultimately failed, his moment of contemplating Ben's death, while the boy slept, creating a breach of trust that pushed Ben fully into darkness. The tragedy was that Ben had been reachable. His fall wasn't inevitable. But cumulative small failures, moments of weakness or misjudgment, had combined to push him past the point of return, until Rey, whose connection to him through the Force dyad, had finally pulled him back. He died helping her defeat Sidious, redeemed like his grandfather, proving that even the fallen could return if someone believed in them strongly enough. Dr. Venn was assembling statistics on the Empire's toll. Numbers so large they defied comprehension. Trillions dead in the Clone Wars, billions more under Imperial rule, entire species reduced to endangered populations, planets rendered uninhabitable. The economic cost ran into figures that strained notation systems. The psychological cost couldn't be measured at all. But you also found evidence of resilience, communities that had rebuilt, species that had survived despite genocide attempts, planets recovering from devastation. The galaxy had been brutalized but not broken. Life persisted. Hope endured. The Sith had tried to extinguish the light, and they'd failed. Your chronicle would document both the horror and the recovery, the evil and the good that opposed it, the darkness and the light that eventually overcame it, because understanding required full context, not just cataloging atrocities, but acknowledging the courage of those who'd resisted. Master Kyros found records of unsung heroes, Bail Organa, who'd secretly supported the rebellion while maintaining cover as loyal Imperial senator, Mon Mothma, who'd risked everything to speak truth to power, countless anonymous beings who'd hidden Jedi, sabotaged Imperial operations, spread hope when hope seemed irrational. They'd known the odds, had understood they'd likely die, had done it anyway because someone had to resist. The contrast with the Sith was stark. The Sith had achieved power through patient selfishness, caring only for their own advancement. The rebellion had achieved victory through immediate selflessness, caring more for others than themselves. Both had required courage, but of fundamentally different kinds. The Sith's courage was solitary, paranoid, trusting no one. The rebellion's courage was communal, optimistic, trusting that others would help even when help seemed impossible. Zara wrote a section about the prophets of the dark side, her former order, how they believed themselves servants of cosmic darkness, when really they'd been Sidious's tools, how realizing their manipulation had destroyed some members, driven them to suicide or madness, how others like herself had found purpose in exposing the lie, ensuring no future generation would be similarly deceived. She'd compiled names where possible, documented the lives of prophets who'd died never knowing their prophecies were planted rather than received. They deserved remembering too, victims of a conspiracy within a conspiracy, dark-siders who'd been manipulated by darker-siders still. Their faith had been misplaced, but it had been genuine, that had to count for something. Dr. Venn created appendices, documenting Sith techniques and philosophy in clinical detail, not to encourage their practice, but to ensure understanding how the dark side operated, what made it seductive, why intelligent people fell to it. He argued that mystifying evil made it seem inhuman, which paradoxically made it more likely to recur. Evil wasn't alien, it was human. Understanding that truth was essential. Master Kyros wrote about the Force itself, trying to explain to non-Force sensitive readers what the Jedi and Sith had been fighting over. The Force wasn't good or evil, inherently. It was energy, power, connection. How you used it determined morality. The Jedi had channeled it through service and compassion. The Sith had channeled it through domination and fear. Same power, different applications, completely opposite outcomes. He described the dark side's seduction. Honestly, it offered quick power, immediate results, strength without the discipline the light side required. But that ease came with costs. the Sith had consistently underestimated. Corruption, paranoia, isolation. The dark side made you powerful, but also made you miserable. Every Sith you documented had been fundamentally unhappy, even at their moment of greatest triumph. Power without connection was ultimately hollow. Your final chapter addressed the question everyone would ask. Could it happen again? Could another Sith-style conspiracy corrupt democracy so thoroughly? The honest answer was yes, absolutely. The methods were documented now, but determined enemies could adapt them. Democracy required constant vigilance, citizens willing to question authority, institutions resistant to corruption. Complacency guaranteed eventual failure. But you also noted reasons for hope. The Sith had succeeded partly through unprecedented historical circumstances. A republic that had lasted so long, it assumed its permanence. Jedi who'd become complacent guardians of status quo rather than active forces for justice. A galaxy that had forgotten what true tyranny looked like. Those conditions were temporary. The new republic remembered the Empire vividly. The new Jedi understood their predecessors' failures. The citizens who'd lived under tyranny valued freedom more than those who'd only known democracy. The galaxy wasn't safe. Evil would always exist, but it was safer than it had been, wiser than it had been, less vulnerable to the specific tactics the Sith had employed. Master Kiros wrote the epilogue, addressing future readers directly. You who read this chronicle live in the shadow of events described herein. The Sith are gone, but the lessons of their rise remain relevant. Vigilance is not paranoia. Questioning authority is not rebellion. Defending democracy requires constant effort, not faith that it will defend itself. The Sith won because good people assumed goodness would naturally prevail. It won't. It requires work. Every day from everyone. He continued, voice growing more passionate. The Jedi failed you. We were supposed to guard against darkness, and we missed it operating openly. That failure cost trillions their lives, cost the Republic its freedom, cost the galaxy decades of suffering. We cannot undo that failure. We can only learn from it, ensure it doesn't recur, honor the dead by remembering how they died and why. His final lines were simple but powerful. The Sith are gone. The darkness remains. Be worthy of the light. The Zara added her own postscript, briefer, but no less important. I was part of a dark side cult, believed lies, served evil unknowingly. When I learned the truth, I had to choose, continue the comfortable lie, or embrace painful truth. I chose truth. It cost me everything I thought I knew, but it gave me something better, purpose. The chance to ensure others don't fall as I did. You'll face similar choices. Choose truth. Always choose truth, no matter the cost. Dr. Ven's contribution was characteristically academic but no less heartfelt. This chronicle represents decades of investigation, centuries of primary sources, millennia of historical context. But it remains incomplete. Gaps exist. Questions remain unanswered. Future scholars will find errors, omissions, misinterpretations. That's acceptable. Perfect history is impossible. Honest history is all we can achieve. This work is honest. Let future scholars build upon it, correct it, expand it. Truth is collaborative project. Never finished, always approached but never fully attained. You wrote the final entry yourself, dated to the day you sealed the chronicle for publication. To those who read this work, know that 30 people lived across 1,000 years, committed themselves absolutely to evil, achieved ultimate power, and lost everything. Know that countless millions resisted them, most dying unrecognized, their sacrifices making eventual victory possible. Know that good and evil are not abstractions but choices made by individuals in specific moments, each choice rippling forward through time. You continued trying to capture everything the investigation had taught you. We documented the Sith to understand them, and in understanding perhaps prevent their return. But understanding doesn't mean agreeing. The Sith believed power justified any means. We reject that absolutely. They believed attachment was weakness. We believe connection is strength. They believed ruling through fear created stability. We believe freedom, however chaotic, is preferable to any tyranny, however orderly. Your final paragraph addressed the heart of what you'd learned. The Sith lost not because they were weak, but because their philosophy was wrong. Power without compassion is ultimately self-defeating. Ambition without ethics destroys everything it touches. Victory without conscience is merely delayed defeat. The Jedi understood this. The rebellion understood this. Anyone seeking to build something lasting must understand this. You cannot sustain civilization on fear and domination. Eventually, people refuse to sustain it, and even the most powerful tyrant cannot rule corpses. The chronicle was complete. 30 chapters, one per Sith Lord. Extensive appendices documenting techniques, philosophy, historical context. Thousands of sources cited, every claim verified against multiple pieces of evidence. It was honest, comprehensive, and devastating in its implications. Publication arrangements took months of negotiation. Multiple publishers wanted exclusive rights. Academic institutions demanded copies for research. Governments wanted to classify portions they considered dangerous. You refused all exclusive deals, insisted the chronicle be freely available, agreed only to minimal redactions of techniques that could enable mass violence if widely known. The release was simultaneous across the HoloNet, translated into hundreds of languages, made accessible at every education level. Within days, it became the most widely read historical work in galactic history. Within weeks, it sparked controversy that would last generations. Some praised it as essential truth, validation that the Empire's evil was systemic rather than aberrant. Others condemned it as sensationalist, claiming you'd exaggerated for effect. Still, others argued it was dangerous, that documenting the Sith's methods risked inspiring copycat conspiracies. All reactions missed the point. The chronicle existed not to settle debates, but to provide evidence. What readers did with that evidence was their choice. You'd fulfilled your purpose. The shadows were illuminated. The names were preserved. The methods were exposed. Master Kiros was satisfied, despite criticism. We told the truth. If people can't handle truth, that's their problem, not ours. But most will learn from it. Most will be wiser for knowing that's enough. Zara found purpose in the aftermath, speaking at universities about her experience in the prophets. Young beings needed to understand how easy it was to be manipulated, how appealing evil could seem when packaged correctly. She became the cautionary tale, the one who'd fallen and returned, proof that redemption was possible but required acknowledging fault honestly. Dr. Venn continued researching, finding additional sources, publishing supplemental materials. History was never finished. New evidence always emerged. He'd spend his remaining decades refining, expanding, defending the chronicle's conclusions against critics who preferred comfortable myths to uncomfortable truths. You moved on to other projects, other forgotten histories that needed documenting. But the Sith Chronicle remained your defining work, the investigation that had consumed years of your life and produced knowledge the galaxy desperately needed. Years later, standing in a museum where your findings were permanently displayed, you read a letter from someone whose life the Chronicle had changed. They'd been considering joining an extremist group promising power and purpose. Reading about the Sith had shown them where that path led. They'd chosen differently, found purpose in service rather than domination. One life out of trillions, but that one life made everything worthwhile. That was the resolution you'd sought, not universal acclaim or undisputed truth, but practical effect. The Chronicle existed now, permanent and accessible, teaching lessons the Sith had tried to hide. Future generations would know what had happened, would recognize the warning signs, would hopefully choose better than their predecessors. The Sith were gone. The Chronicle ensured they'd never be forgotten. And in that remembering, however painful, lay the galaxy's best defense against darkness returning. The investigation was complete. The truth was told. The rest was up to those who came after. The journey ends where all journeys end, in silence and reflection. Your ship drifts through the outer rim, far from the crowded core worlds, far from the political debates your Chronicle has ignited. Out here, the stars shine without the interference of city lights, and the galaxy reveals itself as it truly is, vast, ancient, indifferent to the struggles of those who briefly inhabit it. Master Kiros sits in meditation, his weathered face peaceful in a way it hasn't been since you began this investigation. The burden of knowing is heavy, but the burden of ignorance was heavier. He speaks without opening his eyes. I spent decades wondering how we failed so completely. Now I know. The knowing doesn't undo the failure, but it transforms the grief. We failed because we were complacent, because we assumed our goodness was sufficient, because we forgot that evil doesn't announce itself with darkness and thunder. It arrives in expensive robes, speaking of order and security, smiling while it dismantles everything you value. Dr. Venn has filled an entire data center with supplemental materials, cross-references, annotations that will keep scholars busy for generations. But tonight, he's not working. He's watching the stars like everyone else, allowing himself this moment of completion. His voice is soft when he speaks. Do you know what disturbs me most? Not the evil we documented, but how reasonable it all seemed from the Sith's perspective. Each one made logical arguments for their choices. Ramage believed knowledge justified suffering. Guile believed infiltration was more effective than confrontation. Sidious believed absolute power created stability. They weren't insane. They were rational people who'd started with false premises and built perfect logical structures on rotten foundations. Zara stands at the viewport, her reflection ghostly in the transparent still. She's changed since the investigation began, grief and understanding having carved new lines in her face. But there's peace there too, the peace of someone who's faced their own darkness and chosen differently. I keep thinking about Vectivus, the ethical Sith, the one who proved you could use the dark side without becoming monstrous. But his lineage didn't continue his approach. Within a generation, the ruthlessness returned. That tells us something important. Being good requires constant choice. Being evil can become habit. The dark side makes cruelty easy, and ease is always seductive. The ship passes through a nebula, and for a few moments the viewport fills with colors that have no names in any language. Hydrogen burns blue, oxygen glows green, sulfur radiates red, all mixing in patterns that shift like living things. This nebula is ancient, formed from a star that died millennia before the Sith conspiracy began. It will still be here millennia after the Sith are forgotten. The universe continues, indifferent to the small dramas played out on its stage. You think about the 30 names in your chronicle. 30 lives, each one choosing power over connection, ambition over ethics, domination over service. Each one convinced their choices were justified, necessary, even noble in some twisted way. Each one dying by violence, killed by the very system they'd pledged themselves to. The rule of two devoured everyone who touched it, master and apprentice alike, leaving only temporary victory and permanent death. But you think also about the others. The millions who resisted, the Jedi who died defending people they'd never met. The rebellion soldiers who flew impossible missions because someone had to try. The ordinary beings who hid fugitives, spread hope, refused to accept tyranny as inevitable. They'd won not through superior planning, but through superior courage, not through patient scheming, but but through immediate sacrifice. Their names would never be as famous as the Sith Lords, but their legacy was the freedom the galaxy now enjoyed. Master Kyros opens his eyes, looks at each of you in turn. We've spent years dwelling in darkness, studying evil, documenting horror. It was necessary work, but it's complete now. We can let it go. The chronicle exists. The truth is preserved, but we don't have to carry it every moment. We can remember the light as well as the darkness. He gestures toward the nebula outside. That star died violently, exploded with force that would have vaporized planets. But from its death came this beauty. New stars will form from this gas, eventually. New worlds, perhaps new life. The cycle continues. Death and birth, darkness and light, forever exchanging places but never achieving final victory. Dr. Venn nods slowly. The Sith believed they could break the cycle, could achieve permanent darkness, but the Force doesn't work that way. Balance isn't one side winning forever. Balance is constant motion, constant change, light and dark in eternal dance. The Sith's failure was philosophical before it was practical. They fought against the nature of reality itself. Zara touches the viewport gently, as if she can feel the nebula's energy through the transparisteel. Do you think there's anyone out there who learned from them? Some dark sider reading our chronicle, seeing it not as warning but as instruction manual. Someone who'll try to recreate what the Sith accomplished. Probably. You admit, knowledge is neutral. We documented their methods honestly, which means someone could theoretically follow those methods. But we also documented their failure, showed why their philosophy ultimately destroyed them. Anyone studying the Sith with intelligence will see that power without compassion is self-defeating. That betrayal as institutional practice creates paranoia that undermines effectiveness, that ruling through fear generates resistance that eventually overwhelms tyranny. And if they study without intelligence, Master Kyros shrugs, then they'll fail faster than the Sith did. The Sith succeeded because they were brilliant, patient, and disciplined. Lesser imitators will lack those qualities. They'll reveal themselves too early, act too quickly, fail to maintain the deception. The galaxy is watching now. The specific tactics the Sith used won't work a second time. The conversation lapses into comfortable silence. You've said everything that needed saying, documented everything that needed preserving. The weight you've carried for years feels lighter now, transformed from burden to completed responsibility. The Sith are gone. Their story is told. Your part in this endless cycle is finished. Master Kyros speaks again, his voice carrying the rhythm of ritual. For Darth Bane, who created the rule and doomed himself to betrayal. For Darth Zana, who loved her master and killed him anyway. For Darth Cognos, zealot of a philosophy that consumed her. For Darth Millennial, who saw the rule's flaw but couldn't escape it. For Darth Vectivus, who proved ethics possible but irrelevant. For Darth Grevid, who tried to balance light and dark and shattered in the attempt. For Darth Grevid, who rebuilt from ruins. For Darth Ravage, whose curiosity knew no moral limits. For Darth Grevid, who made malignancy into art. For Darth Tenebrous, who calculated futures and died in the present. For Darth Plagueis, who created life but couldn't preserve his own. For Darth Sidious, who achieved godhood and lost his humanity. For Darth Maul, weapon discarded and reforged by hatred. For Darth Tyrannus, idealist corrupted into instrument. For Darth Vader, chosen one who fell and fell and finally rose again. Zara continues the litany. For the Cephalon's Ramage tortured. For the workers' Guile manipulated. For the younglings Vader murdered. For the Jedi who died trusting the Republic, they defended. For the clone soldiers programmed to betray. For the rebels who flew into certain death because someone had to resist. For Padme, who died of a broken heart. For Qui-Gon, who believed in prophecy. For every being whose name we'll never know, whose suffering we documented, whose deaths meant something even when their lives were stolen. Dr. Venn adds his voice. For the historians who'll correct our errors, for the scholars who'll expand our understanding, for the students who'll learn from this chronicle, for the citizens who'll remember that democracy dies when good people assume it's immortal, for everyone who chooses difficult truth over comfortable lies, for all who resist tyranny in small ways, who speak truth to power, who refuse to accept that evil is inevitable. You complete the ritual with your own words. For those who come after, who'll face their own darkness, their own tests, their own moments of choice between easy evil and hard good. May this chronicle guide them. May the Sith's failure teach them. May the light that persisted through the darkest times give them hope. The shadows are documented. The truth is preserved. The cycle continues. And we, having played our part, can rest knowing we've served something larger than ourselves. The ship continues its journey through the nebula, engines humming their quiet song. Behind you, the published chronicle spreads across the galaxy, being read, debated, absorbed into collective understanding. Ahead, other mysteries wait, other truths to uncover, other shadows to illuminate, but not tonight. Tonight, you simply watch the stars. Ancient suns burning in the void, some young and hot, others old and cooling, all temporary when measured against cosmic time. The Sith burned hot and bright for their brief moment, casting long shadows, seeming eternal, but they were always temporary. Their darkness was always going to fade. Because darkness is not the absence of light. Darkness is what exists before light arrives. And light, however long delayed, however far it must travel, always eventually arrives. The stars prove this. Each one a furnace of fusion, pushing back the void, announcing that energy and matter persist against entropy's slow decay. The Sith were entropy given purpose, decay made systematic, death organized into philosophy. They achieved remarkable things through discipline and patience. But they were always fighting against the universe's fundamental nature. Life persists, connection matters. Love, derided as weakness, proves stronger than any dark side power, because it creates while darkness only consumes. Master Kiros rises, stretches, smiles with genuine peace. I think I'll sleep well tonight for the first time in years. The investigation is complete. The chronicle is published. We've done what we set out to do. The rest belongs to those who come after. Zara agrees. Tomorrow we can start something new. But tonight, we rest. We've earned it. Dr. Venn is already making notes for his next project, but even he seems lighter. The obsessive quality that's driven him for years finally satisfied. We told the truth. Whatever else happens, we told the truth that has to count for something. It counts for everything, you reply. In a galaxy where the Sith ruled through lies for 1,000 years, truth is revolution. We've given people the tools to recognize manipulation, to question authority, to resist tyranny's seduction. Some will use those tools, some won't. But everyone now has the choice. That's all we could do. That's all anyone can do. Give people truth and trust them to choose wisely. The nebula fades behind as the ship continues forward. New stars wait ahead, new worlds, new mysteries. The Sith are gone, their story told, their secrets exposed. What the galaxy does with that knowledge remains to be seen. But you've done your part. The investigation is over. The chronicle is complete. The Sith who ruled through shadow have been brought fully into light, and in that light, they appear less like invincible dark gods and more like what they always were. Beings who chose wrong repeatedly and deliberately until their choices destroyed them. The pace, future generations learn from their failure. May the patterns you've documented serve as warning rather than inspiration. May the light that endured through the darkest times give hope to those who'll face their own darkness. The stars shine on, indifferent and eternal. The ship flies through their light, and you, having documented evil, having preserved truth, having served justice in the only way available, finally allow yourself to rest. The shadows are known, the names are preserved, the truth is told, and that in the end is enough. The story of 30 Sith Lords across 1,000 years is complete. May it serve the light they tried to extinguish. May it honor the millions who resisted. May it prevent the darkness from returning. And may all who read it choose better than those who lived it. The chronicle is closed. The investigation is finished. The galaxy, scarred but surviving, continues its eternal dance between light and dark. And you, chronicler of shadows, guardian of forgotten truths, can finally sleep, knowing your work is done. The Sith are gone. The darkness sleeps. The light watches. Balance remains. And in that balance, there is peace.